Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Hello, everybody. We're hopping in from another live. Yay! We did it. We teleported. I hope everybody teleported. I hope everybody's doing fine. And my Facebook is giving me hell, so let me reset Facebook. Okay. Okie dokie. Save changes, enter back in, edit. I know sometimes Facebook is finicky. I can't overlap. So I have to remove it and then re-add it. There we go. Facebook is live. Welcome everybody on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you so much for being here. We are so happy you're here. Thank you so much, honey. And one sunny day. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. Okay, so we won't stream on Facebook for the next 10 minutes. It's saying it's having a problem streaming on Facebook. Okay, I'm going to remove it for now. That sucks. I don't know why, but we'll get back in there. We're not in court yet, so we'll be fine. We'll get back in a minute. We had a wonderful live this morning. We were talking about the multiple things, but the first one was the, oh my gosh, I'm brain dead now. Reiner murder, and went through all that information. We did see the hearing today. Arraignment for Kirk Reiner is been postponed till January 7th. I believe part of that is they're trying to get him stable. He is probably coming off of his unsubscribed prescriptions, and he is probably not in the best mental state at this moment, which he probably wasn't when he red drummed his family. Sorry, guys, I'm gonna. That ponytail's giving me a headache. So anyway, sun came in. Now it's getting hot. All right. So we have switched lives. We've all teleported. Hello, y'all. I lost my hoodie. Last one earbud. However, all body parts are accounted for. Whoop, whoop. You made it in the teleport. Thank you so much for copping in. All right, so we have been greatly talking about a lot of different things. But I do want to talk real quick continue talking quickly about the Reiner situation. The hotel room Nick Reiner left was covered in blood and frantically cleaned up after his parents' red room as detectives hunted for the missing knife. New photos obtained by Daily Mail revealed that hotel's room Nick Reiner allegedly left covered in blood following his parents' horrific murder. Robert Reiner's son checked into a room number 207 at the Pier site, Santa Monica, about 4 a.m. on Sunday. It's a $400 night. Where did he get the money? $400 night boutique hotel about 1,000 feet away from the world-famous Santa Ana Monica Pier, 5-minute walk from the LA Metro line that goes directly into the Exposition Park area where Nick was eventually arrested by a cop. And it's cycling. Nick Reiner was charged with 2 counts of redrum connected in the death of his Hollywood legendary father, Rob, and his mother, Michelle. He has not entered a plea. Yeah, nope, he has not entered the plea. Okay. I guess I can share this tab with you so you can see what I see. Do you see what I see? Why is it not sharing? Do you see what I see? A star, a star. Okay, echoing in the night. All right, here is the hallway to the hotel room. There is the door to the room in which he stayed. And okay, is that it as far as evidence? Okay, here's where he is being arrested. And there he is buying food. Oh. Okay. Let me get back over here. As soon as y'all have a link to court, please pop it up. Thank you very much. With no crime scene tape. I know I did notice that myself. I was about ready to comment on that. When the hostel staff came into Reiner's room later on that Sunday morning, the shower was said to be full of blood with splatters across the bed. Oh. So he probably stripped and slung and oh my gosh. The windows in the room were covered with bed sheets, and detectives arrived at the hotel Monday morning to collect the evidence. Photos of the outside of the room were taken on Wednesday, showed there was no crime scene tape blocking off the room where Nick stayed. That's right. Good observant, my little gavel gang. Police are now trying to trace his movements between Sunday night, when he attended the holiday party with his parents, until he was arrested at 9 p.m. Sunday. Parents, as his arrest at 9 p.m. Sunday night, downtown LA. Nick Reiner was charged with 2 counts, which we already know. Reiner and his wife were found dead. We know that. They had likely been dead for hours when they were found. Their bodies were already showing signs of rigor mortis, according to the police source. Their throat had been cut and they had been asleep in their bed. Their throats had been cut and they had been asleep in their bed when they were in redrum. Sources close to the investigation claims to the Daily Mail. Once again, we're not stating this as fact. We're just reporting what has been said. The Hollywood director's son had been living in a guest house in his parents' $13.5 million mansion in LA suburb of Brentwood at the time of their death. Reiner was increasingly worried about Nick, who had a history of drug addiction and mental breakdowns, and took him to a party Sunday night and kept an eye on him, sources said. Nick is said to have had Nick is said to have left the A-listed guest feeling unnerved at Conan O'Brien Christmas bash, getting into a tiff with comedian Bill Hader, and prompting his parents to leave the event. Now, what was said yesterday was that Bill Hader was speaking to Rob, and Nick walked up, and Bill had told him, probably, I don't know in what tone, but said this is a private conversation, or he preferred it to be a private conversation, and that was the trigger. A source close to the investigation told Daily Mail that Mick may have killed his parents after the party. Well, you think he had to do it after the party. He could have done it not long after they went home, meaning that he went there and slit their throats in the middle of the night. Well, duh. Sometimes people's comments kind of make me want to go, what the hell are you thinking? Of course, it was after the party. Of course, it was after they went home. Of course, it was after they went to sleep, but they were sleeping in the bed when he did it. They were in bed when it happened. Surveillance footage taken at a gas station, a 10-minute walk from Reiner's residence, shows Nick calmly walking up the street on Saturday night before the disappearance. In the early hours of Sunday morning, he checked into the pier side and located just off of Santa Monica Leaf Studio. The Daily Mail has approached Pierside for comment. No comment at this time. The footage has shown Nick calmly buying a drink at a gas station just moments before he was arrested for the redrum of his parents. Fear for the Reiner's safety, the only safety were only raised when the massacre, a what? Fear for the Reiner's safety were only raised when the massacre arrived at $13.5 million massacre in Brentwood District, LA, at 2 p.m. the next day, and no one answered the door. A monsieur. It's a masseuse, not dag nabbit. Safety for their safety was raised when a monsieur or masseuse arrived at their $13.5 million mansion in Brentwood District, LA. I'm sorry, dyslexia. And no one answered the door. Rami, who lived across the street, then reportedly investigated and called emergency services when she discovered the horrific scene. Boy, that poor woman is going to be traumatized for life. The LA Fire Department says first responders were called to the home about 3:30 p.m. on Sunday. Yo, I could not imagine the thought of finding my loved ones, my parents. And that's the end of that article. I could not imagine. That is absolutely insane and horrific. Okay, I'm gonna read what Angela wrote. Hold on, Angela. Angela, do you want me to share any of this for prayer requests or anything? Okay. Oh my gosh, you can share his name. Okay, Alex is a dear friend and kind of like a son figure to Angela's husband. Was in an extremely bad motorcycle accident. The good news is his brain is normally normal and no brain injury. Thanks to Angela's husband. I think I got that story right. Buying him a kick-ass helmet. Helmets save lives, I gotta say, but you can still have brain injury with a helmet. He ended up, I guess, basically sliding and pitting underneath a truck, you said. His ankle is broken, needs surgery, and the tibia is broken, so they are going to have to do surgery. His calf has a compartment syndrome, which is swollen, so they're going to have to put a drain tube in. That's when the calf muscle is basically like two muscles together, and fluid and stuff gets built up due to trauma, and it swells, and so they're going to have to drain all that fluid, and they're going to wait 24 hours for that to happen before they do surgery. This young man is in excruciating pain. Monsieur, a woman. A masseuse is a woman, a monsieur is a man. You are correct. But the way they had it spelled was not the way I've typically seen it spelled. And that's why I was like, what the hell is this? So, yeah, got it. A masseuse was a woman, monsieur is a man. I got to tell you, I've had both men and women, and depends on the person. Just depends on the person in my book. We are currently waiting for the trial to begin for the Adelson Fieldman or the Ian Mitchum trial, however you are labeling it. As always, and as per se, they are going to be late again. We don't even have a link, and they sit there. This trial is unnerving me because they go on a lunch break and then they just never come back. The judge doesn't bring in the jury and go on camera and say to the jury and go on the record, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and in trial for the day. I've got a conflict, or the lawyers and I got to work on something. We're going to send you home and we're going to end jury. See you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. or whatever. They're not doing that. They'll go to a sideboard and then never come back. Just never come back. So it is frustrating me to no end, and they're not starting on time. I'm not happy with this particular court, the way this court is being run. I'm going to go ahead and play. Let me see this. Okay, this is something that we've not been watching. Suicide cop killer, Florida versus David Bangus. We've not been watching this. Attorney urges the jury to spare his life in closing arguments in the plea of penalty phase of trial. Okay, was found guilty. Murder of Hollywood police officer Yandy Chamorro. Okay, so that's a different thing. We're not gonna watch that. But in the meantime, we have nothing to watch. So hold on, Mod. Yeah, I know. I bet they come in at 12:30. So I'll tell you what we're going to do, guys. If you are not opposed to it, do y'all want to watch closing arguments in the other case? Again, probably not. I need to put some food in my stomach because I have to take well, actually, I don't. I was going to go do eggs. I don't need to. Somebody sent me this little lovely gift, and it, as you can tell, I have already been eating it. But let me see what there is today that I can eat. There is a cheddar cheese. We have a pepper flavored meat bite. I'm going to try the caraway sausage link. I like that it's a lot of protein in here. And they got some preserves. I'm not going to go into the mustard, but I will have a little sweet to round it all off. That is my breakfast. Isn't that hearty? Isn't that just good? Isn't that just a healthy breakfast? But I am getting me coffee. I's getting me coffee, y'all. I's be back in a shake. I'm just going to put it on. Oi. Okay, guys, I'm going to see if I can get my hearing aids to connect now. They wouldn't connect earlier this morning because I can't get up and down and move, and see if I can get my hearing aids to connect because this morning they wouldn't connect, and they are paired. Let's see if I can hear myself. Oops, sorry about that. Yep, boy, we got sound. I think we got sound. I didn't have sound earlier. Oh, yeah, baby. Okay, so testing. Why am I not hearing my own? Let me play a video to see if I can hear. Why am I not hearing in my ears? I am not able to hear in my hearing aids. What is going on? See, that's what's going on with the hearing aids, and they're old and they're not connecting well. I got one ear. All right. Ah, there it goes. Yay! I got hearing aids. Okay. So, yay. Um, oh, I love my music ears, but it ties me down and I can't. So, if we have court going and I want to go get my cup of coffee, I can hear what's going on in court when I step away, like I'm doing right now. See, fabulous cup of coffee. And if court was going, I could still hear it. But when I'm tethered, I can't do that. All right. I got my little snacks for lunch. Trying to find something for us to watch. I can't believe they do not have court yet. That is irritatingly frustrating that they don't even have the thumbnail up, don't have music, don't have anything up. They just pop up. It's like, pop, we're here. And then they're, whoop, we're gone. So we are still in the verdict watch. Oh, excuse my itchies. So I think what I'm going to do, let me get that up and running. I'm going to put it over here. So if we get verdict, it'll pop up. And we got that one running for 12. And now I'm going to find something else. We're going to get this done, guys. And by the way, I don't think there's going to be any court between the 20th and the Christmas. I have to double check. I'm not sure. But we need to discuss our holiday schedule. Why don't we go ahead and watch this? Okay, we're going to watch a court TV official release enhanced video, Brown University shooting suspect. Let's go ahead and watch that. I think that would be a good thing because I have not talked a lot about that. So let's watch that.
In silence. As dawn came, the investigation widened beyond the gates. Detectives reviewed surveillance, traced movements through streets and buses, and followed tips pouring in from the public. A shadowy figure captured on video became the focus of a manhunt, but certainly proved elusive. Leads were checked, a person of interest questioned, and then released, underscoring how fragile answers can be in the first hours after violence. Classes paused, vigils formed, and Providence held its breath. The search continues, driven by evidence, patience, and the urgent need to restore safety to a campus still echoing with questions. Tonight, we are live from Providence, Rhode Island, with the latest in the investigation of the Brown University shooter. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. This hour, we will go in depth into the case out of Brown University in Rhode Island. The search for a killer continues tonight. We've got all the latest details for you and analysis. Let's begin, though, by talking about two bright, innocent lives that were taken, the victims who lost their lives in this act of violence. You have Ella Cook, a sophomore from Alabama, member of the Brown University College Republicans, church-going, wonderful, passionate. People loved her, and people obviously heartbroken and miss her incredibly, and especially, this time of year. And you've got Muhammad Umarzakov, who is from Virginia. He's just a freshman. Just a freshman. Think about that, right? This is it. I'm heading off to college. This is my big year. And this young man, extremely smart and so disciplined and had such a future. I mean, two bright, innocent young lives taken that would have made a difference in this world. But instead, they were wiped out by evil. That's the only way to describe the killer. Evil. That's the only way you can put like one word on someone who would do what this killer did. This is not self-defense. There's no justification for this. Whatever the motivation was, whatever kind of point the killer was trying to make or thought they were trying to make, whatever's going on in their head, there is no justification. This is cold-blooded, premeditated murder. Period. Full stop. End of story. But the problem is, he hasn't been caught yet, but time is running out here. I've got to believe time's running out on this killer as we sit here tonight. With the spotlight on this case, obviously, number one, the danger still associated with it. We don't know who this person is. They don't know who he is. So how do we know he's not going to strike again? What would this?
they've got to, and they have been putting the assets towards this now. FBI obviously on the case, the office out of Boston. So the locals are getting the help that they need, but like time is running out. This killer has to be caught. There has to be some sense of justice and safety. Let's take a listen to the chief. This is from the Providence Police Department. That's where all this is happening, Providence, Rhode Island. Chief Oscar Perez tonight giving us the latest.
As the mayor stated, we're about to show you a video. If we can have the IT officer play. Thank you, Joe. So as the mayor stated, if you don't have these videos, please let us know. And the reason we have shown these videos, there's a purpose, right? So as you can see, they're enhanced photos, there's enhanced video footage. And so we're asking the public to ensure that they can see them. They can see here that you want to focus on the body movements, the way the person moved their arms, the body posture, the way they carry the weight. I think those are important movement patterns that may help you identify this individual, which is extremely important. Another thing that we're going to ask the public is if you have any type of camera system, including Teslas, in your property. And this video that you just saw behind me, it all comes from the residential block of Waterman Avenue, Power, Ives, and Hope Street. And it's those residential areas that we're asking the public to look, if you have any camera systems or any Teslas, like I mentioned, that you look at that footage and that you can reach out to us and please provide us anything that you have. And we're asking you to go back at least a week to do that. And the reason for that is because on Saturday night, the day of, we actually learned that this individual was in that neighborhood at around 10:30 in the morning. We also know in this profession that many criminals will case out an area weeks and days prior. And so it's important for us to ensure that we can have you look at that and help us. And the reason for that is because our offices, our agents are looking at terabytes of data. And we're looking for a moment that is shorter than somebody taking a breath. It's incredible hard work to do that. And so we're asking the public to assist us with that.
Fascinating on many different levels, right? Number one, apparently they're not knocking on every door in the neighborhood where they have video of him walking. That's number one. Number two, you look at that video between the jacket that you could see, the way they're walking. Yeah, I understand he's wearing a mask, but if you know that person, I've got to think you'd be able to recognize that person, especially because of the geographic part of it, right? Someone who's in Brown University or goes to Brown University or somehow associated with it or is in that area. I think you would recognize him. The question is, though, if someone knows who that is and they recognize him, will they make the call? Will they make the call? All right. Let's bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, who's joining us live from Providence, Rhode Island tonight at the Engineering Hall where the shooting occurred. Matt, thanks so much for joining us tonight. What else are we hearing about this investigation? There's a lot of, I think, frustration from the public right now and a lot of surprise in the way things have gone. But what's the latest?
Yeah, Vinny, frustration, anxiety. People are telling me that they're in fear. And then we're also seeing a lot more police presence. The intensity of this investigation is off the wall. We have seen a lot more police patrolling on the streets, and that's not only local, but state officers, as well as canine officers walking up and down the sidewalk. Not to mention all the FBI that we've seen here at this crime scene behind me. This campus shut down. Classes are canceled through the holiday. We have seen a lot of FBI agents throughout the day, pulling out a lot of boxes worth of evidence as they're trying to get to the bottom of exactly what happened here on Saturday, 4 days ago, and still no arrests in all of this. And then that video, so critical to this investigation, that was released hours ago, a clear snapshot of, quote, a person of interest that they have yet to locate that might hold the key to all of this, if not be the suspect that is responsible. Police believe that the person could have been casing this area up to a week prior. And that's the reason why there's the call for action tonight, asking this community to review not.
I'm going to watch The Interpreter. I can already tell you, I don't like her. And I'm not trying to be mean and overly picky, but deaf people are. She is, if I remember correct, she dropped a ton of information she did not sign. It's called glossing her ass off.
There's enhanced video footage. And so we're asking the public to ensure that they can see them. They can see here that you want to focus on the body movements, the way the person moved their arms, the body posture, the way they carry their weight. I think those are important movement patterns that may help you identify this individual, which is extremely important. Another thing that we're going to ask the public is if you have any type of camera system, including
Okay, right there she did fine.
Teslas in your property. And this video that you just saw behind me, it all comes from the residential block of Waterman Avenue, Power, Ives, and Hope Street. And it's those residential areas that we're asking the public to look, if you have any camera systems or any Teslas, like I mentioned, that you look at that footage and that you can reach out to us and please provide us anything that you have. And we're asking you to go back at least a week to do that. And the reason for that is because on Saturday night, the day of, we actually learned that this individual was in that neighborhood at around 10:30 in the morning. We also know in this profession that many criminals will case out an area weeks and days prior. And so it's important for us to ensure that we can have you look at that and help us. And the reason
The intensity of this investigation.
She's in and out. The other interview where she's straight on, the very first one, she lost a lot of information. She was holding on to his coattails there. Okay, we're going to jump to this.
Is off the wall. We have seen a lot more police patrolling on the streets, and that's not only local, but state officers, as well as canine officers walking up and down the sidewalk. Not to mention all the FBI that we've seen here at this crime scene behind me. This campus shut down. Classes are canceled through the holiday. We have seen a lot of FBI agents throughout the day, pulling out a lot of boxes worth of evidence as they're trying to get to the bottom of exactly what happened here on Saturday, 4 days ago, and still no arrests in all of this. And then that video, so critical to this investigation, that was released hours ago, a clear snapshot of, quote, a person.
I don't know what that was. Okay, I want to talk about that real quick. You could see that there were parts that she wasn't signing and had to pick up at the other sentences. Well, when a speaker changes from one section of a topic to a next, it's not uncommon to listen for a second to see where they're going, and then you start signing. ASL should be delayed by a few seconds. I sign really close on the word to word if I know the topic, but if I'm new to the topic, I sign 3 to 5 seconds behind. That's fine. But the problem is the other day what I saw was she was dropping a ton of important information and just giving, you know, it's called glossing or chunking. And if I didn't have my captioning, I would missed out on some information that I personally would have loved to have had. So, but and again, it's very difficult to do what we do, and I know I'm being critical, probably shouldn't be. Oh well.
Person of interest that they have yet to locate that might hold the key to all of this, if not be the suspect that is responsible. Police believe that the person could have been casing this area up to a week prior. And that's the reason why there's the call for action tonight, asking this community to review not only Ring and doorbell surveillance cameras in the area from businesses and homes that are wrapping around in this university, but also Teslas that may have cameras connected to them. Anything that could hold a clue and give a snapshot as to where this person, this suspect, could be and where they went up to a week before this tragedy unfolded, Vinny, because they believe that this suspect could have been casing this place here behind me for up to a week.
Wow. All right. How about the campus? You mentioned that it's closed down. What's been happening around the campus?
There's still a lot of people here. I mean, people weren't planning on traveling home if they live on campus until next week. There's no final exams. That's been all canceled. There are people milling around. Everyone is very scared and they're grieving the loss of loved ones. There's been 2 people that are killed in this tragedy. There's 8 others. We know now that there's a 10 total of victims in all of this, and those people are still recovering. The students, they're searching for answers tonight. There's a memorial on the other side of this building, this engineering building that is growing. Just dozens and dozens of bouquets and flowers there for the 2 victims, 2 dead. We can't forget them. Ella Cook, who was a sophomore here, Republican Club at Brown University. She was a member of that, also a member of Alpha Chi Omega sorority. And then we have the other victim, a freshman, Muhammad Aziz Umar Zokov, and he was a dual citizen with Uzbekistan, biochemistry major, dreams of becoming a doctor, helping other people, both described as being brilliant and beloved members of the campus. Meanwhile, with no arrests, the students are anxious. Earlier today, I spoke with a student who works in this building now turned crime scene. She says that she's in fear. She has a lot of questions. And then earlier today, we also heard from the university president. Let's listen to both.
It's definitely heavy. It makes me scared to want to go outside in the first place, but I just have like errands I know I need to run. That's why I'm out right now, but otherwise I really haven't left my apartment the past couple of days. I hope they do catch the shooter like quickly, so as soon as possible, to restore some sense of like community with like, yeah, some sense of safety within the community.
Brown is deeply committed to the safety and security and well-being of our community. And I've been deeply saddened to see people questioning that. We understand that as time goes on, there is maybe a natural instinct to assign responsibility for a tragic event like this. Anxiety and fear is very natural, but the shooter is responsible. Horrific gun violence took the lives of these students and hospitalized others. And it's deeply sad and tragic that schools across the country are targets of violence. Brown is no exception.
All right. And in light of all of that, it's not just here, Vinny, not just here at Brown University, the epicenter of this latest school shooting that has increased security, but also Yale and Harvard. They're stepping up security as this suspect is still at large. And again, one of the main questions that everybody has, of course, why? What was the motive in all of this? And we don't know if there was any connection to this university, if this was a former student, a current student, or had any connection to any of the victims. All of these questions still unanswered at this hour, Vinny.
Yeah, Matt, walking around the campus there, I mean, you're at the scene, right?
Okay, guys, it states when I Googled it That court started about 11 a.m. That's about a 12 a.m. So why can we not find a feed? Just saying. Court started about 11 a.m. Unless the feed is on a 30-minute delay, which means they should have already had it up. We are in day 10. And I'm not finding a live feed anywhere. We'll keep working on it, y'all. It says it's already started.
Building there. I mean, I'm thinking about this. Does it seem like it would have to be targeted? Would you have to know about this building, or would you just randomly go into this building? Like, I don't know what the layout is of this whole campus.
It feels like an open campus, as universities really should be in America. And you're able to walk on. There are other businesses. There are houses where people may not be associated with this historic university. This is such a gem in this Boston, New England area. And there's a lot of history here and homes that may not be associated with the campus. So it feels open. This particular building that was targeted, this engineering complex, we heard earlier today that there is a part that was an addition that is newer, and there were more cameras in that area. But where these victims were and where this shooting took place is in the older wing of this building. And for the most part, even on a Saturday, from what I can tell, you can get access to these buildings. It's something that's being reviewed by this university.
All right, Matt Johnson in Providence. Thank you so much, Matt. All right, let's bring in our think tank. Joining us tonight, criminal defense attorney Josh Colesrud, along with former law enforcement officer and host of the Strong Enough podcast, Claudia King, and national parenting and family relationship expert, Dr. Sue Kornbluth. Great to see everyone tonight. Claudia, let me begin with you. Are you surprised that we're sitting here without an arrest? Are you surprised there's not better video? Are you surprised there's no video from being inside the building where the shooting took place? Is this shocking to you, or is it just us, the public?
I'm completely shocked, Vinny, to be honest with you. In this day and age where there are cameras literally everywhere, how are there not more shots of this individual where we can get a better look at him, his gait, as you mentioned before? It's completely shocking to me. And I'm sure that the police right now are backtracking his movements through cameras to see if they can get to a point where he gets in a car, goes in a house, something like that. But I mean, this has gone on too long that we don't have a solid suspect at all.
Yeah, Josh, I'm thinking about this story, and there's similarities to other ones. This almost seems different than a school shooting. And I'll tell you why. This reminds me also a little bit more of the Idaho 4 killer, where someone comes onto campus. They may know their way around, they may not, I'm not sure. But there seems to be a level of targeted, of where he went or she went. I don't know. He's wearing a mask. But it just seems like it was more specific rather than random in the way I look at school shootings. But I may be wrong. What are your thoughts?
You're looking at it exactly the way that you should. So there's two sides of the coin, right? There is the motive, which is what you're talking about, but you also have to look at the parallels to similar FBI investigations. So what other high-profile FBI investigations can we look at? Well, we have the Charlie Kirk assassination, and there are similarities to this case, not in motive necessarily, but with the investigation itself. So in Charlie Kirk, they did find a weapon that had distinguishing characteristics about it, and supposedly they have the same thing here. Also, in Charlie Kirk, they didn't know who the person was when there was the so-called manhunt. And the FBI really had to be bailed out by the defendants, the suspects' parents in that case. So in this case, the FBI is really hoping for a bailout because that $50,000 reward isn't for somebody who's going to recognize this grainy picture. It's going to be for a family member or a friend who recognizes what this person has done, and they turn them in for the $50,000. So I think we have to look towards the investigations, the similar investigations. Also, look at the January 6th bombing. That's another situation where you had grainy pictures, and they didn't know who it was, and they had to do geofencing to eventually track down the person. So that may be another thing that we're looking at here.
Yeah. Dr. Sue, I'm looking at this and saying $50,000.
All right. If you had a family member who you think is the Red Rimmer, would you turn him in for 50 grand? Depends on who it is. Is it a family member I love more than life itself? Maybe not. I've never gotten one of these little food tray boxes things, whatever you call them. They're good. I made enough eggs for me and my son, and I didn't realize he had already gone to work. He didn't tell me. He didn't say, "Hey, Mom, I'm gone." If he did, I didn't hear him. We are still trying to find the case. Don't worry, we're working hard.
Reward, yeah, that sounds okay. Brown University, $8 billion endowment. Throw a couple $100,000 out there and give someone some incentive to get this person off the streets so your students aren't scared out of their wits.
Yeah, I don't understand this at all. I was thinking the same thing when the $50,000 came up. This is an Ivy League school. I'd be giving $500,000 to bring somebody in. I don't understand this. And by the way, the other thing that she said is, they're looking at this to beef up their security. Vinny and everybody else on this panel, I think, will agree that every college needs to beef up their security now, because every single student that's attending a college and a university today, unfortunately, can be a victim of a killer like this. And I'm at my wit's end because, I have a son in college, 20 years old. This is scary to me as a parent, and I'm sure it's scary to every other parent that is going through this at Brown University and all these other universities where this has taken place, and wondering today, am I going to send my student back to Brown for the next semester?
Yeah, I went back to my law school over the summer. I couldn't get in the front door.
Yep.
I said, I'm an alumni. No, we can't do it. Finally, I found a professor that knew me, and they got it. But it was like a whole thing. And I was like, I'm glad that they're doing it like that. All right, and I'm glad the think tank is with us. They're staying with us this hour as we dive deeper into the story. Coming up next, we're going to take a look at these videos of the suspect and break it down. Take a look at the body language. What does it reveal? Plus, coming up next hour.
Tonight on Vinnie Politan Investigates, Rob Reiner was Hollywood royalty, a filmmaker who brought laughter and heart to millions. But behind closed doors, tensions in his family were rising. How did a heated argument turn into a tragedy that would shock the world? Tonight, we investigate.
As you can see, there are enhanced photos, there's enhanced video footage. And so we're asking the public to ensure that they can see here that you want to focus on the body movements, the way the person moved their arms, the body posture, the way they carry their weight. I think those are important movement patterns that may help you identify this individual, which is
This enhanced video much better than what was released previously. And we're going to take a look at that body language. Just want to let you know the Maya Hernandez jury in the Brazilian cosmetic filler trial, the jury's gone for the day. They deliberated for a little bit. They went home. They'll be back tomorrow, so make sure you're watching as our verdict watch continues on that case. In the meantime, let me bring in our special guest to help with this body language expert, host of the podcast In the Driver's Seat with Janine Driver. Janine Driver is back with us. All right, Janine, great to see you. I've got a series of videos of the person of interest, suspect, whatever he is. They keep showing us the video. They want to find this guy or girl, I don't know, is wearing a mask. So we'll take a look at them one at a time, and you tell me as we're watching the video what you're looking at, what you're seeing, what's important. First video is at 2 o'clock, and this is about 2 hours beforehand. What are you seeing here?
Okay, so he's looking around, and some people think, well, this is suspicious. What this is measured environmental awareness. This is not a fear-based movement. Fear-based movement, what happens here is usually our hands are binding like this tight, and we look back quite a bit. So as a pre-assault indicator, this is not a pre-assault indicator. This is not fear-based movement. This, to me, is someone kind of scoping out the neighborhood. It is measured environmental awareness as he's looking around here.
All right, let's move forward now. This is about 4 minutes later. Again, this is almost 2 hours before the shooting.
All right, now we heard earlier, Vinny, about this movement pattern. This is incredibly important. I'm one of 36 movement pattern analysis profilers. There are 36 billion different ways that we are moving our bodies that connect to how we make decisions. And so this is why the police are releasing this footage. If you are a family member, or if you are a neighbor of this person, if you used to work with this person, this is why family can say, I knew it was my daughter before I even saw her, heard her voice. We saw this in Baltimore with the shootings that happened with the riots. This one kid was about to throw a brick at a cop. She was standing behind the cops, behind the shield, and she came up and like beat the living daylights out of him. How did she know that was her son? Because of this movement pattern. This is very strategic of the police, and we're lucky to have this footage. So look what's happening here. His gait, how his hands are moving. I'm hoping in a second you're going to show me his hands behind his back, because what we're seeing here with the walk is intentional movement versus automatic movement. This means to us, Vinny, and you at home, the brain is engaged in managing his body. He's either thinking deeply or managing stress, and he doesn't want to draw attention to himself, which is interesting because here's the footage we're watching. Here's the deal, Vinny. The gait.
My mod told me to go check my front porch. And this is sitting here. Is this from you, Angela? Is this from you? What did you send me? Is no one confessing? Y'all gonna make me cry. Angela. Mod team, that means all of you. June, honey, all of you. Oh my gosh. Y'all are so sweet. Every day is a beginning. Take a deep breath and start again with the Highlander. Y'all, I need to see that. I'm putting it right where I can see it. I'm not putting it where you can see it. I'm putting it where I can see it. Because, y'all, that is so freaking true. Oh, my gosh. It's right there. Something else? Y'all. I take it, is this because I graduated? Is that what this is? That you're, or you're just buttering me up for the next year? Y'all, I do have the most amazing mod team. I know every channel says that, but I don't know of any other channel whose mods. Thank you, June. Thank you, guys. I don't know any other team whose mods have carried their life for a week while I sat with my sister in the hospital in Austin. Then come back not even a month later and covered another week while I sit with her, and then she dies. And then I get COVID and you covered another week. I don't know any channel that has mods that are willing or capable of doing that. So Y'all are made. Okay, my daughter's going to want to steal this. Y'all, this is too cute. I got a new iced tea glass, y'all. Let me show you what it is. OMG. Look at that. Oh, I need to put something behind it so you can see it. Look at the little Highlanders and the cactus for Texas. Is that what that is? Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for a fabulous, fabulous graduation gift. Thank you. Thank you. I love it. What's this glass can cup? Can you put a Coke can in that cup? So is that why you wanted my address the other day, June? I was oblivious. I was stressed. Look how cute. Oh my gosh. Wow. I love it. Not saying, not admitting anything. Oh, we love you. I love you guys too. I have made you two a Christmas gift, but I'm waiting because I have to wait to send it. But you guys have something special that I made for y'all that I'm going to be sending soon. Oh my gosh, this is so cute. Oh, these are cute. I'm going to put them here for the moment. Just for the moment, because I got to clean off my desk. I got a lot of other, I got my eggs here, got my coffee here, I got this water over here. Yeah, I'm hydrating. Thank you guys so very much, mods. I absolutely adore you. Thank you so much for your support. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are simply the best. Now we got to find we have got to find a link. Y'all. Okay, we're going to go back to the video. Thank you guys so very much. I love you dearly. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Is hard to fake. It is highly individual. So you could, this is what I like to say, you can mask that face, but not the pace. So you can mask the face, but not
That's
the
a very unique walk.
And a study was done where they put lights on joints of our body and videotape people moving and walking in a dark room where you could only see the little lights moving. And family members could identify their family based on lights on a black screen. And strangers could say, that's a man, that's a woman. They could talk about their mental state. What are they thinking? Simply by watching dots move on the screen. That's how important the gate is. Are you going to show me hands behind his back?
Yeah. Here, this is now 208 to 209 in front of the Rhode Island Historical Society.
All right. So again, we have a little bit of that pacing. He's looking around. Now his hands are behind his back. We see actors do this sometimes when they're nervous. Angelina Jolie will do this on the big stage. She says she's more comfortable in the roles than she is as Angelina Jolie. But we also see military and law enforcement walk or stand with their hands behind their back. It says I'm not approachable. I don't want to be disturbed. More importantly, Vinny, and you at home, this is not common civilian baselining for us walking down the street. How often?
I disagree with you with that. We have a professor. I'll show you in my video that I pointed out the other day that he reminded me of a buzzard because of the way he was hunched and his face, and sweet guy, but he reminds me of a buzzard. And he walked the entire day with his hands behind his back. That was his standard stance and walk. And he's not law enforcement. He's a professor. So I disagree with that.
Vinny, do you walk down the street with your hands behind your back? Let me tell you, never. So the arms, when they are removed from a natural swing, this is self-regulation or containment. This is Odd right here, walking with his hands behind his back. So thanks to movement pattern analysis and the patterns of this man moving, I will not be surprised if we start to get some leads, Vinny.
Okay, now we've got, we're going to move ahead about 5 minutes. This again is at 2:13. We're still, the shooting is in the 4 o'clock hour. Anything here?
So here we're getting these.
Hello, Stephen. We are trying to get the video for court. We're working on it. In the meantime, We're watching this with Vinnie Politan talking about the Brown University shooting.
Some big strides here. So as he's walking, we're getting some big strides. Now his hands are engaged. And this kind of pace, this is the movement that family members are going to be like, wait a minute, I kind of feel like he looks like my neighbor. I think I used to work with that guy. It's not just the pace, it's his head. Look at his head. It is on his shoulders. We say someone has a good head on their shoulders, it's center. He's not walking with his head tilted. He's actually walking slightly with his chin up, as if he's looking down his nose at us. So this tends to be a sign of arrogance when we see people talking like this with their chin up. So we've got him looking around, paying attention, walking.
If you're wearing glasses, it's a sign of bifocals. When I have my bifocals, and a lot of times my chin's higher because I'm having to, or trifocals, you got to find the distance, the medium, and the close-up range. So I know people with bifocals and trifocals that walk with their chin a little higher than normal. Yeah, I appreciate you, madam, but I'm not agreeing with a lot of your analysis.
We can kind of see his hands here. They don't look like they're binding to me, but he has gloves on, so it's hard to see that.
Let's get to another one. This one has no timestamp on it, but here you get a better shot at the hands.
Yeah, so here his hands are relaxed. Again, so this is not a fear-based walk. This right here is controlled movement, and this is his way of like just walking about and looking around. So there is no stress here at all. I think that sometimes people think when we see footage, we're looking for anxiety or stress or panic. We're not seeing pre-assault indicators here. If we were, we would see those turns around from the back. We would see lean forwards. So when people lean forward, be careful because that is a potential attack. Or if someone is looking and they suddenly take a step back, Vinny. So what I like to say is a step back, get ready for attack. So if you're ever talking to someone and they're up in your face and they take a step back, many people start to relax, but be careful, the person could come back with a punch. So this is not pre-assault indicator walking or movement. This is controlled, non-common civilian baseline when he puts his hands behind his back. Otherwise, this looks like anyone else just kind of walking down the street. It's the movements that connect us, though. This is why family members will always say, I just knew it was my husband. I knew it was my sister. I felt like that. If you're ever in the airport, Vinny, you look and you're like, I feel like I know that person, but you didn't even hear their voice or see their face. It connects with movement pattern analysis, which is connected back to World War II when they did all kinds of studies, and it's 98% accurate. So how we are moving our body can tell us things about how we make decisions in life.
All right, let's move the clock forward now to about 2:51, and there's a difference now. He's carrying a bag. So something happens between the last video we saw and this one, and there is a time jump here. Now he's got a bag. What are your thoughts on these videos?
Yeah, let me see this, Vinny. It's the first time I'm seeing this. Is the bag in his right hand or is his right hand in his pocket? Okay, yeah. All right, so now he has a bag over his chest there. A second ago, though, it looked right there. I see it. His right hand is in his pocket. Now, keep in mind, it's a cold day, but he's got one glove on. Maybe he has a glove on the other hand. We don't know because we can't see it. When, though, we are analyzing people and one hand is in the pocket, it often sends the message, I'm holding something back. This is why when I'm hired as a corporate keynote speaker, I say to leaders and salespeople, in meetings, don't put your hands on your lap. For the love of God, I want to see him. Bring him out in a steeple. Use an open palm gesture. We want to see someone's hands. Why? This says I'm not a threat. His hand being hidden here in the pocket, that's a concern for me. Because now I'm like, okay, what's happening here? What's he holding back? Is this just him comforting himself? Who knows? But here's the deal. We need to be careful with turning observations into accusations. We don't know if this guy did it or not. But we certainly know the police are interested in talking to this guy, and I can see why. And
identifying him as well, obviously. He hasn't been identified yet. That's the first thing. Got to get a name. They're saying if we don't get a name, how are we going to find a person? All right, Janine Driver.
And my prayers go to the victims' families, by the way. My prayers go to the victims' families. So sending love your way.
All right, thanks so much, Janine Driver. Appreciate the insight, as always, in the driver's seat. All right, let's bring back in our think tank, Josh Coles, Ruud, Claudia King, Dr. Sue Kornbluth. Any thoughts about what we saw in all these videos? And specifically, Claudia, I'll start with you, the bag, right? So he's walking 2 hours before, no bag, an hour before, he's got this bag now.
Yeah, so what's interesting to me is where did the bag come from? And again, there are cameras, or there should be, everywhere. As you said before, they're on Teslas, they're on buses, they're at stoplights. So I don't understand why we can't backtrack his movements to see where the bag comes from. But I know we don't for sure know who this is or that he's the one that did it. The bag is certainly suspicious, and it would lead me to believe that this is his weapon, so he is getting ready to attack at this point.
Dr. Sue, what are you seeing here?
I mean, I'm seeing somebody that's wearing a mask that's hiding themselves. I don't understand why he's wearing a mask. It's outside in the cold. He's also dressed, in dark clothing. He's looking around. But Vinny, here is the biggest question of all. I understand that he is a possible suspect. Where is the camera footage at the building where supposedly somebody walked in and killed everyone? Where is the footage from that?
Yeah, they said that, we don't have as many cameras in the old part of the building. All the cameras are in the new part. And that almost tells me that
that's a real problem.
That maybe he knows the building pretty well as well. Josh, how about from your perspective? What does this video tell you in this timeline? The bag, no bag?
Well, gate analysis has its functions, but it's certainly limited. What this is, it's not just an identification tool, it's an elimination tool more than anything. It's showing us what the suspect is not. So here, we can see a lot of things. You can see the color of his skin. You can see his body proportions, the way he walks, the comfort in how he's walking. But you know what? This is really for the people that know him, because an average person looking at this video isn't going to identify anyone. But somebody who knows the suspect and sees this video, that's what this is for. Now, this is, again, assuming that this video is the person who did it. I want to hear from students in the classroom identify that this is the person who they saw in the classroom. This is the same person wearing the same clothing, the same body size. I'll feel a little bit more comfortable knowing that, only because the FBI was so wrong with the original person that they identified as the suspect. It kind of ruins, to a certain extent, the credibility of their investigation, unfortunately.
Yeah. Ends up being an episode of Law and Order where they arrest 3 or 4 people, charge them, and then it turns out to be the 5th person. All right, stay where you are. When we come back, we've got more on this shooting suspect and some of the interesting things that have taken place during the course of this manhunt and investigation.
The difference.
So there's cameras in the hallway, but they don't show the suspect, or Brown is not releasing them, or you're not releasing them to us. How does a multi-million-dollar school not have a bunch of cameras in the hallway?
So let me try to explain that. So as President Paxton knows, there was a major addition put on that building within the last 5 years or so. That is a modern building attached to a much older one in the back. So it doesn't come as a surprise to me, at least, that there are cameras in the newer part of the building. And there is video footage, okay? So there's the back part of the building, old part, and front part, new part. The shooting occurs in the old part towards the back, out towards Hope Street. In that older part of the building, there are fewer, if any, cameras in that location. I imagine because it's an older building. So as students are fleeing the area of the shooting into the new part of the building, there are cameras in that brand new building that show that chaos. But the only video of the presumed, anticipated, suspected, however you want to define it, person of interest, you have it. We would release it if we thought it would be helpful in identifying this subject, because we are relying on the press and public to help get us there. There would be no reason for us to hold it back.
It's puzzling, to say the least, but at least they're sharing the video with the public and trying to get some help in all of this and admitting that they need help. They absolutely need help here. Still with me, Josh Colesrud, Claudia King, and Dr. Sue Kornbluth. So there's your answer.
Thank you guys for staying with us. We are actively seeking out the video for this trial. We do not understand why it's not available when, in fact, the trial supposedly started at 11 a.m. their time, which is 12 p.m. my time. And we are not finding the new feed. And day 9 is... That's the only feed that we're finding. We're looking for day 10. So if anybody finds it, put it in comments. But right now, we're not finding anything on the E.M. Mitchum trial.
Dr. Sue, are you satisfied with that answer?
Nope.
No,
I'm not satisfied with it at all. I was on that campus last year with my daughter touring it. It's a very old campus, but it's funded very, very well. And I cannot understand for the life of me why there is not cameras on every single building on this college campus. They have money for other things, but how about the safety of their students? It is extremely concerning. And I think that every college campus should take a lesson from this, because we have to do more to protect our students and put cameras on every other building, because I think whoever did this cased out this building and knew there were not cameras there. And I wonder what the other panel members think of this as well.
Go ahead, Claudia.
I agree with you, Dr. Sue.
Claudia, who wants to speak?
I agree with you, Dr. Sue. I think it is very possible that this individual did choose the location because he did know that there aren't cameras there, or there are very few cameras there. I also want to point out the whole mask wearing. We're 5 years past COVID, but it's still normalized that somebody's running around in a mask. And that really shouldn't be the case. That should cause people concern. And he was able to walk around all day long looking like he does, and nobody was concerned. So I think that's a problem as well.
Let's take a listen to this. This is, again, the police talking about the first person who was detained and questioned.
Shortly, we will be releasing the person of interest who had been detained earlier today. And the Attorney General can speak a little bit about the rationale for that. But we want to inform the community that that individual will shortly be released from Providence Police.
This person of interest will be released. And I want to make sure that we all understand that this was a very complex investigation, and it still is. So in the sense, we followed on a lead, and we followed on this specific lead, but we're able to examine every single evidence that led us to this individual. And at that point, that's how investigations work. Investigations will tell us whether something is valid or not, whether something needs to be ruled out. It's not a mistake. It's just how investigations work.
Okay, so they had detained someone. They lifted the shelter-in-place order. And then they had to, I guess, put it back in place because the person was not the correct person. Josh, this is also confusing for people as well when someone gets detained and questioned. It's based on something, right? But it turns out to not be correct. And I get it in trying to find someone, you're going to follow every lead. But I'm surprised that it was a lead that really pointed to someone, and they seemed confident at the moment until they weren't.
Well, it's kind of been, unfortunately, a signature of the current FBI to prematurely release information that later turns out to be incorrect. But, I can't fault them for getting the wrong person per se, because that's what happens in a mass shooting. You go where the evidence is, and they had evidence, although it didn't turn out to be the right evidence, that this person was responsible. I want to see that. Yes, they were wrong, but they're trying. They're going after. They're chasing down leads. I like the effort, and when they're transparent about their investigation, this is how stuff works in real life. Rarely do you get the right person right off the bat. And so I think we have to be a little bit forgiving here. And also regarding the video surveillance that you guys were talking about, I think that it's kind of a red herring. What is the video surveillance inside the classroom really going to show us that we don't already know about this individual? If he was wearing this stuff inside the classroom, it's not going to help us identify him. It's going to be the same type of gate analysis that we already talked about. So I think we're kind of overblowing what that video would have shown us.
Yeah, although maybe an indoor video of everyone who enters the door or exits the door, cameras coming in and out, you might get a better shot, and people might say, "Oh, wait, that's my TA," or "Oh, that was the guy who graduated last year," or "That's the guy from the deli down the street." Josh Colesroot, Claudia King, Dr. Sue Kornbluth, great to see you. When we come back, I'll reveal something else you need to know. Plus, coming up next hour.
Tonight on Vinnie Politan Investigates, he gave the world timeless stories, yet his own home became a scene of unimaginable
Look at the size of that home.
horror. Rob and Michelle Reiner were found dead, and their son Nick is now in custody. What drove a family to the breaking point, and could this tragedy have been prevented? Tonight, we investigate.
Join Court TV's Vinnie Politan with the latest and breaking true crime stories.
Now, let's look at the other side of all of that.
Vinnie Politan Investigates tonight, 9/8 Central, only on Court TV.
A Microsoft executive gun.
Okay, guys, we are not getting a feed from the court. I did when I was on the phone. They said court's in session. That's all they know. And if there's no feed, there's no feed. Nothing that can be done. That's all up to the judge and the news station. So I don't know what has happened. I guess one of my mods can try and call and see if you can get a better answer. I sure in the hell ain't getting one. And it could be because I've already got my number in skew. Uh-huh. Let me send you phone numbers and mods. Maybe y'all can try. It didn't get me anywhere. Good luck. I got nowhere, but doesn't mean you won't. So if you want to give it a shot, go for it. I'm frustrated. I'm beyond frustrated with the level of the court needs, if they're not going to be on, they need to let people know. I mean, this is the lack of communication from this particular court is ridiculous. There we go.
Now his ex and her new husband are charged with his murder.
A social media sensation, now a suspected killer.
She wrote a children's book about her husband's death. Now she's accused of killing him. Bad luck for Mangione because it is strong evidence. Okay, take a look at your television screens. We have a missing child who needs your help tonight. This is Darius Gillis Rainey, just 16 years old, missing out of Roxbury, Massachusetts. If you see Darius, pick up the phone, make a call, make a difference, 911, 1-800-THE-LOST, or you can call the Boston Police Department. Numbers on the screen. Let's see if we can get Darius to a safe place tonight. Don't go anywhere. With another hour of live true crime. Vinnie Politan Investigates is next. In the meantime, please don't forget to hug the kids.
I am going to try and contact the news station itself, so give me a minute. One momento. That's behaving the way it's behaving. Done. That's 602. Oh my God, that's the same, that with a different area code, that's the same phone number to our police department.
Thank you. To talk to someone in broadcast sales, press contact Pro.
Turning now to Ohio, where a man is on trial for the death of his wife nearly 25 years ago. Paul Hicks is accused of rendering his wife, Regina Hicks, unconscious before putting her in the passenger seat of her car and driving it into a pond where she drowned. Now, prosecutors say the couple was separated at the time due to Paul's violent tendencies and that they were fighting over custody of their child at the time. Before we get you into court, here's Court TV anchor Ted Rowlands with more on the case against Paul Hicks.
Directly from where I'm standing, if you look ahead, 4 rows back is Regina's grave. It's eerie to think that you've seen her playing with her baby here, and now you're looking at a tombstone.
Regina Roe Hicks went missing on October 18, 2001, after witnesses reported seeing her leave her boyfriend's home to pick up her son. Officials say she never arrived at her destination and was instead found dead in the passenger seat of her car when police searched a nearby pond. With no strong leads, the case would go cold for 24 years.
It was hard on everybody, but it really hurt my mom real bad because she couldn't get justice.
Hicks' mother spent the last 5 years of her life keeping Regina's case alive. And in November of 2024, state investigators were brought in to search the land where Regina's home once stood.
I told him, yeah.
Okay, I have contacted every phone number that I have been given, and nobody is answering the phones. It is probably lunchtime over there, which means the newsroom is doing their 12 o'clock news, so they're not going to answer. And any other office I tried to call, well, they're not answering because they're probably out to lunch. I don't understand why they don't have people answering their damn phones. Really?
If you can find anything to give closure to this, it's worth it.
The Ohio Attorney General's office says a fresh look at the investigation led to the victim's estranged husband. In April of 2025, Paul Hicks was arrested in the cold case. Hicks is charged with 3 counts of murder and 1 count of kidnapping. He's pled not guilty. Prosecutors said in court documents that they intend to present evidence of a strained relationship as an alleged motive, including evidence that Regina intended to end the marriage and allegations that Paul threatened to kill her. Paul's lawyers declined to comment on the allegations. If convicted, Hicks could spend the rest of his life in prison.
All right, let's go into court now where the jury is hearing from retired investigator Richard Wells, and the judge is actually giving an instruction to the jury regarding his upcoming testimony.
Thank you. All right, at this time, there was a request to have that witness declared an expert in specific areas. The court has instructed that he testify as to his investigator, as to his duties as an investigator, and to I'm sorry, what did we actually waterborne? He can testify as to his experiences, but not as an expert as to the waterborne evidence that the state was requesting.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor.
I have gone through every selection possible that they give you, and nobody's answering the phone. Called them 9 times. What the hell is up with that, people? You got to answer your phones. This is a business. Y'all. Makes me want to eat some chocolate.
Did you have occasion, Rick, to examine the 1994 Camaro?
Yes.
Where did you examine the Camaro at?
At the Huron County Sheriff's Department.
And did you take photographs?
Howdy, Stephen Langston. I was 17.
On November 25th.
Good to see you, my dear.
In 2025 or
yes, 2025.
I'm sorry. Yes.
And for what purpose did you take the photographs?
This was a re-examination of the vehicle and looking specifically at a couple of areas on the vehicle that were of interest to us.
And what were those areas?
We refer to it as the A-pillar. It's where the windshield comes down and meets with the hinges of the door on the passenger side. And that's the interior side of it.
I'm going to provide you with...
Okay, guys, this is the hearing of the, or getting ready for the hearing in the, let me get something up and running. God dang flies. Flies, glorious flies. I can't deal with them. We are getting ready for the hearing concerning the cruise ship murder. Redrum. Anna Kipner cruise ship death custody hearing. There's a battle over the custody of the minor children that were involved, that were in the room with her. She was in the room with her 2 stepbrothers. One of them's being charged with unaliving her. And the other one is up for custody. So I think that's what's going on here. I'm going to give you some information. Everything will cooperate. Damn it. No. Behave. Okay. Here's a quick case background until they get everything going. The custody hearing connecting the cruise ship Red Room of the case of an 18-year-old Anna Kepner has revealed new family details in intersection with the ongoing homicide investigation. Anna Kepner, 18, died on board the Carnival Horizon on November 7th of 25. Suspect as her 16-year-old stepbrother has been described by family as a possible suspect, although the FBI has not confirmed this publicly. Court testimony during the custody hearing in Brevard County, Florida. Kepner was questioned about what happened on the cruise, the school involvement, new subpoena. So this is I don't want that. I'm going to close that out and start fresh. So this is a custody hearing. Wednesday involving the custody hearing Wednesday involving the stepmother teen of Anna Kepner could reveal new information. Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Great, to the low court. Can't understand a damn word.
Thank you. Okay, and Mrs. Molinelli, how do you wish to proceed, sir?
I can make some brief opening remarks and see from there. Please, court. Your Honor, we are here on behalf of Thomas Hudson, seeking a motion to contempt
Once again, we're going to have recaptioning.
of a parenting plan that was agreed to back in April of 2024. But to understand the circumstances and the basis for the motion to contempt, we actually have to go back a little bit before that. Your Honor, Mr. Hudson was married to Mrs. Kepner now for almost 15 years. They got divorced in 2022. There was a parenting place that was put in place from 2022 all the way through. In January of 2024, that is when Mrs. Hudson, Ms. Kepner, the respondent in this case, started being involved in a relationship with Christopher. At that time, the respondent and the petitioner were living in Hernando County, Florida. From the time of the divorce and the agreed parenting plan for 2022 to 2024, Mr. Hudson received regular and normal visitation with 3 children, AH, TH, and BH. With no issues whatsoever, no problems with the parenting plan, no issues with visitation whatsoever, no therapy, nothing like that. Things started to change in January of 2024, and that's where the opposite did. That's when the respondent started pursuing a relationship with Christopher Kepner. During that time, they were just simply girlfriend and boyfriend. As I said, they were both residing in Hernando County. A couple months into that relationship, the respondent went ahead and asked Mr. Hudson if she could move to Titusville. Obviously, Titusville being in Brevard County is not in accordance with the parenting plan and it required an amendment. Mr. Hudson was reluctant to give this agreement. However, the respondent assured Mr. Hudson that the reason why she wanted to move to Titusville, Brevard County, was to pursue a better financial opportunity for herself, as well as to pursue through school children. Reluctantly, the petition in this case agreed. An agreed parenting plan was made. It was filed as an exhibit to our trial exhibit list, which will obviously talk about the testimony in this case. In that agreed parenting plan, it was specifically stated that the parenting plan was to be reviewed on June 1st every year going forward to determine A, if the respondent had in fact better financial opportunities, and B, the progress of the children. As we move fast forward, you'll see why that becomes relevant. Several months into 2024, there came a time when it was agreed and signed that the respondent was going to take the 2 minor children at the time, in this case TH and BH, with her to Titusville. The child, AH, who you'll hear from today, who was 17 years old and is at the time was a junior in high school in Hernando County. Because of that, it was agreed upon between both the petitioner and respondent that AH would stay with the petitioner until he finished his junior year in high school, after which time they would possibly seek relocation of AH as well to Brevard County. Here's where things kind of get interesting. So somewhere in early 2024, the respondent in this case did in fact move to Titusville with Christopher Kettner, her still boyfriend at the time. Mind you, this relationship has only been a couple of months strong. Regardless, she made a decision, and the 2 children did fail. What's important to note is that during that time, between early April of 2024 and April 22nd, 2024, this is going to become a very important date in this whole matter. Thomas, the petitioner in this case, did in fact ask for and did receive visitation with his children overnight, even though at that point the respondent was already residing in Titusville. In other words, they made arrangements, they had this agreed parenting plan, there was a pickup, there was an overnight visit. I would like to mention that there's absolutely no evidence that there has been any issue with any visitation of the children wanting or not wanting to go before April 22nd of 2024. There's just simply no record of evidence. It wasn't until the date of April 22nd, 2024 that things began to change. On April 22nd, 2024, and the court is going to hear testimony to this effect, at that point, the AH was at high school in Hernando County. Unbeknownst to the petitioner, received no prior notification, no prior notice. And that particular day, the respondent and her then boyfriend, Christopher Kettner, drove to the high school and then picked Andrew AH up against his will. Andrew had told the respondent several days before that he no longer wanted to go with her to Brevard County. His high school was here, all his friends were here. This is where he wanted to stay. At that point, the respondent did not like that particular answer, so she took it upon herself, again, never communicating with the petitioner in this case, drove to the high school and forcibly removed AH from the high school, putting them in Christopher Kettner's vehicle. At that time, the only way that the petitioner was even informed that this was going on was because the school called the petitioner to let him know what was happening. Interestingly enough, when they took AH and they put him in the vehicle, they took AH's phone, and that being the respondent, as well as Christopher Kettner, shut off all location, so he could not be tracked by the petitioner in this case. Things get even more interesting. They go ahead during that visit. There is a struggle in the vehicle, in which case AH, and you're going to hear testimony from AH today about all this, was in the vehicle, and he wanted to get out. He did not want to go with the respondent to Titusville. They physically restrained him, and he was assaulted both by the respondent and by Christopher Kettner. There are pictures and photographs that we have introduced and put as an exhibit that we will again introduce through AH in this case that evidences the restraint that happened. AH will testify about the restraint that happened by Mr. Kettner and by Chantel. Basically, they held him in the back of the seat. Christopher Kettner reached back, and his head pinned against the back of the armrest or one of the headrests, and there's photographs to show that damage. They eventually made their way to Titusville, to Brevard County, at which point
Y'all, I can't keep doing this. I can't. I got it. Yo. Oh. Okay. I can't keep doing this, y'all. I can't. I think what I'm going to do is I I'm going to read you the captioning. We're going to go back a little bit.
Both by the respondent and by Christopher.
They eventually made their way to Chesterfield, Broad County, which is a point of attention, but both responded and by Kevin. There's a picture and photographs that we have introduced and puts his exhibit that again introduces through this case is evidence of other strings and happened in screw it. What is the problem with these courts in this day and age? Get a freaking microphone. My mods are about ready to tell me to cut my mod. By the way, I have a mod that has the power to cut this live, and she's probably about ready to push the end stream button. Because I'm about ready to go ballistic. Because what the frick do you not have a decent microphone? And if you got somebody providing a court feed, then they should be plugged into the sound system. We can't hear shite. I got another fly in here. Really, people? I can't do this.
One of the headrests, and there's photographs to show that damage. They eventually made their way to Titusville, to Brevard County, at which point the petitioner in this case went and drove to the respondent's address. They went there, authorities were called, DCF was called. Obviously, this created quite a bit of stir for everyone involved. Ultimately, it was determined his age, and said so, age being 17 years old at the time, told law enforcement authorities, told DCF that he did not want to go with the respondent, that he wanted to go back home with the petitioner's case. And that's what happened. And the petitioner has age has resided with the petitioner since April 22nd of 2024. He's have not since returned to see the review of the respondent. As we fast forward a little bit, it's going to be our position, Your Honor, that event that the respondent in this case is characterized as a kidnapping, which is actually the actual opposite of what happened. It was the respondent and Christopher Kettner that went ahead and took Andrew AH against his will. The respondent in this case, and this is what is the basis for the motion, used that kidnapping as a way to set up the systematic and alienation of both TH and BH for over a year and a half. The petition in this case, except for 2 weeks ago, has not had any overnight visitation with his children, BH or TH, since that incident happened. After the incident on April 22nd, the respondent then went ahead and took both BH and TH to a therapist, told the therapist that the children were afraid of being kidnapped by their father. Mind you, there has never been any issue with either child saying they didn't want to go with the father up before April 22nd, never any issue with visitation, never any allegations, there's none of that. It's not until this April 22nd incident where the respondent was denied access to AH because of AH choosing to be with the father, this whole thing set this chain of events in play. So the respondent goes ahead and takes TH and BH to therapy in early May. The respondent in this case actually tells the therapist that the children are afraid of being kidnapped by their father and not being returned home. Also in those notes, which we have a copy, they're redacted, obviously some of them are a little sensitive, but there are in those notes references in which the respondent's case alleged that the petitioner in this case engaged in physical abuse, verbal abuse.
Give me a minute.
Both for all 3 children and against her, both during the marriage and after. There's simply no evidence of that.
I got a new update that's making me do it.
By the respondent in this case to again start this chain of events to alienate both TH and BH against their father. The petitioner in this case is Thomas Hudson. From there, Your Honor, there's a course of therapy that takes place, and we have a chain of, it's a bit of a slop, I'm afraid to say, emails and text messages that go back and forth regarding the whole visitation issue. There's some critical emails that are centered around April and June of 2024. April 24th, 2024, in this particular case,
and it ain't going through it.
Petitioner's case specifically asked the respondent.
I gotta go to mixed minus 2, which pisses me
off.
off.
Parenting plan that was signed in April of 2024. in which case the respondent never responded to that. He followed up 2 days later on April 26th about his visitation, both with TH and VH. At that point, on June 5th, the respondent actually wrote in an email saying that he was not going to get visitation at all because of what the children were saying and how now they're afraid of him and they don't want to go with him, and kind of set this whole course of events. I have the emails to establish that. From that time forward, Your Honor, up until literally 2 weeks ago, he has had no visitation with his children, strictly against the parenting plan that was entered into on April 2024. Interestingly enough, in the email traffic and the notes, the therapy notes, somewhere around August of 2024, there's also another note from VH where she's indicating, she's not afraid of her father, but yet she wants these very specific parameters. Quite frankly, this disingenuous coming from an 8-year-old about how she would welcome a visitation as long as it's in Broward County in a public space, with the stepfather, something to that effect. Which obviously shows, in our mind, a certain degree of manipulation that's going on here in this concerted effort to keep Thomas Hudson from the children. I will also tell you that during that Titusville incident, there's going to be testimony to this effect that Mr. Kettner informed when they were at Titusville that he was not going to get to see his children in absolute court order. That was relayed to him at the Titusville when the police arrived and when DCF was there as well. So we have this path now where the respondent is with her boyfriend. She's obviously upset about what happened with Andrew Hudson. There was an injunction that was filed, just so the court knows, in Hernando County regarding this injunction. There was some findings there. I will tell the court that those findings are obviously, it's a different type of hearing that we are today. It's a different evidentiary basis. In that case, they declined to pursue any type of charges against Christopher Kettner. I will tell you, and this will probably come out either through the cross of Christopher Kettner or otherwise, obviously Mr. Kettner denies having any type of assault. So in essence, the court just said, well, that he said, she said, I don't find enough here, and that's why I have with the injunction. We're not offering that purposes for establishing proven assault by Mr. Kettner, although we do think that's what happened. What we're offering is this intent element. And as the court is well aware, when you're dealing with issues of custody and time sharing, and you file a motion of contempt, quite often there's an argument that one parent says the child didn't want to go, right? And we all know, and the case law is very clear on this, that is not enough. Obviously, the custodial parent has the obligation to try to do the best they can to encourage and allow that visitation to take place. And you can't just simply say, okay, well, the child didn't want to go, so you don't want to go. There's case law on this, but whether or not that rises to the level of contempt, right? And it's kind of all over the place a little bit, Your Honor. We are aware of some DCA cases out there that talk about this particular issue. But really what we have is, okay, we definitely have an issue here where I expect the respondent to argue, well, the children didn't want to go, and the therapist said they didn't. I can tell you the therapist, the therapy notes, I saw no notation where the therapist said they couldn't go. What you do see is some parroting that's coming from the respondent through the children to the therapist.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. He's offering testimony of what he believes he's offering testimony from counseling records. There's been no 12.363 order to allow the counselor to testify or for the counselor's notes to come in. So I don't know why we're talking about them. They're not admitted. And my understanding is they can't be admitted under these circumstances.
I will let you know that when I'm listening to opening statements, I don't take it as evidence. I don't take anything he's telling me as evidence.
Thank you. Anyway, these therapy notes, obviously, we can deal with that issue when we get to it. The kids do go to therapy for several months, and time kind of goes on. So then what happens is, so Thomas, the petitioner in this case, does not receive any visitation. There are numerous emails to the respondent, him saying, hey, when am I going to see the kids? When can I see the kids? Tell the kids that I love them, all of this type of stuff. The respondent always responds, the kids aren't ready to see you. They don't want to see you. That's not going to happen. And I'm worrying about their emotional state. In other words, that in this case, this is what the case law is important for, is that, okay, if you just have the child saying, I don't want to go, that's one thing. But you need some act by the custodial parent that helps facilitate that. And that's really what we have here. That's why this April 22nd thing is so important, because what that does, using the plaintiff, the respondent's own words, characterizing this as a kidnapping when there was no issue with visitation before April 22nd, is a direct attempt to go ahead and poison and alienate the children, the young children, an 8-year-old and I believe a 12-year-old at the time, against their father. And that's basically what happens. into a large group. She got what she wanted. There was some hesitation by the children at that point to see their father, despite the father's repeated attempts to do that. The father, and you heard testimony from the father that he went ahead and went to the reported pickup site. The respondent would not show. They said the kids got sick or create some excuse for that. And always falling back on, hey, we're not going to go until the children say it's okay. And the case law is clear on this as well. You're on an 8-year-old child does not get to decide. That may be a factor that the court consider, but they're on its face cannot just display, I don't want to go with dad. Therefore, we're not going to have visitation. Just think of the nightmare that would create for the court system. Nor can you simply go to a therapist and use that as a conduit to get that exact same testimony out. It's not enough. So going back to the case law on it, you need to show a couple of things. You need to have intent, right? You have to show some act on the mother. Our act on the mother is we have this kidnapping incident, again, where it was AH that was actually kidnapped, if we're going to use that term, against her will and set this kind of bad motive in place. So it's the mother's actions that's now influencing and controlling both the 8-year-old and the 12-year-old at the time. So as we continue forward, Your Honor, eventually November 4th of 2004, the petitioner's case ultimately went ahead and filed this emergency motion for contempt and a petition for modification to the parenting plan, because obviously the parenting plan was not working. In that instance, despite the best efforts, for whatever reason, there was not a hearing that was granted until now. So almost 13 months later, a hearing was granted. And here's where we are today. But during that time, from the time that that motion was filed until the current day, except for 2 weeks ago, there has been no visitation, overnight visitation allowed by the respondent to petition, to show this ongoing. And there's some case law that talks about if it's the first day, like the first time parents are divorced, and there's a parenting plan, and kids are kind of upset, there's one thing, right? This was not the first day that these children were dealing with divorced parents. It's not the first day that they were dealing with visitation. I think that's an important distinction, especially when you look at the fact that from April of 2024, beginning of April, before that, there were no issues with visitation. There was no child ever said, oh, I don't want to go with my father. There was no allegations of abuse. There was no allegations of physical or verbal abuse or anything like that. It wasn't until this incident that everything went ahead and changed. So we have the intent of the mother now changing, and now the actions of the mother now changing. And despite no wrongdoing on behalf of the petitioner, he has not had visitation. But here's where the story gets even more interesting, and why we have so many cameras in this courtroom even right now. There was this continued effort for the petitioner to see his children, that there's plenty of email traffic and text messages that sort through where he's trying to establish and reconnect with his children during the time period of January of 2025 up until the present time. What happens during the May time frame, 2025, the respondent in this case goes ahead and tells the petitioner that she would like to take the children on a cruise, in which case, it is related to this, on a cruise, right? And then in which case?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. You just sent an email to counsel yesterday indicating that you were only hearing.
I did. Two things, Mr. Moynihan. One, I will not hear anything that has to do with that second motion. I did send an email about that. That's number one. Number two, I will remind you both, we have 1 hour.
Yes, ma'am.
We've been 15 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, more than 15 because I started split, right? And okay.
The only issue about the cruise is consent issue. There's nothing, we're not talking about anything else that was alleged in the prior motion. It's just that the petitioner's case did not consent, and this goes basically to the respondent's ongoing attempts to basically thwart the petitioner in this case's parental role in this case. That's all I'm talking about, is that there was no consent. That's it. Nothing about anything else. I understand what the court said. I saw the email. I do appreciate it. In any event, so there was a hearing that resulted from that. The first time that the petitioner was able to get overnight visitation, there's a Thanksgiving, so there was a Thanksgiving day in which the petitioner had a perfectly fine Thanksgiving with the one child, BH. They went over to his residence in Hernando County. They spent the day. The exchanges went fine. The drop-off went fine. The pickup went fine. Everything went fine.
It's more so he's like buying time. He's almost waiting until he knows where he wants to go and what he wants to do.
He's engaging in that pre-attack surveillance, that right before, making sure it's a soft target, making sure there's no law enforcement in sight, and just rehearsing his attack right before he goes in that building and commits it.
Breaking news now in the manhunt for the Brown University shooter. Now in its 5th day, Providence police are now looking for a second person who was, quote, in the proximity of the person of interest. Wow.
Y'all, I couldn't do it anymore. I absolutely could not do it anymore. Sorry.
A lot we are learning minute by minute as this goes on. I'm Sandra Smith in New York. John, good to be with you.
Good to be with you as well, Sandra. I'm John Roberts in Washington, and this is America Reports. That headline comes as new video lays out a timeline of the potential shooter's movements in 15 different clips, up to 2 hours before and just minutes after the deadly mass shooting.
We have Fox Team coverage for you kicking off right now with Paul Morrow, who is on the ground digging into this new timeline.
But first to our national correspondent, Brian Yennis. He leads us off in Providence with the latest. Brian?
John and Sandra, good afternoon. This news breaking within the last half hour. The Providence police releasing new images of a second person. Now, I want to be careful with how I use the language, so I'll read what they just posted on X. They said investigators are asking for the public's help in identifying and speaking to the individual shown in these photos who was in proximity of the person of interest. We have a press conference, that is a news conference, I should say, that is scheduled for 5 p.m. today. There'll be a lot of questions about that. Now, these new images come a day after the Providence police released new enhanced video of the primary person of interest we've been talking about, 5'8" with a stocky build, walking around the nearby neighborhood as early as 10:30 a.m., 5.5 hours before the shooting. They're hoping someone out there will recognize the way that he walks and carries his weight. Sometimes he's seen wearing a satchel, sometimes he's not. Investigators say the video released is the best video they have of this person. Now, back out here in front of the Barris and Holly building, I want to give people an idea of the timeline and sort of what we now know based on the FBI's information. Behind me is the north entrance, sort of the back entrance, loading dock, and parking lot. The FBI has focused a ton of energy on that entrance. We've seen people in Tyvek suits and cameras looking at that. It's believed, based on what we know, that the gunman, primary person of interest, the suspect, came out of that entrance or exit and started walking this way and passing this dumpster. Now, over the last few days, we've seen FBI agents in Tyvek suits inside of that dumpster. This is a school parking lot. Now, after he goes by this way, according to what the FBI timeline says, that person of interest is seen on a surveillance video 2 blocks away, and he crossing Hope Street. You can see him running through crossing Hope Street, which is behind that vehicle. I don't know if Dave can show that pole to the left of that car, but there is a surveillance video at 4:03 p.m. that shows the primary person of interest running past that pole across Hope Street to Waterman. The person of interest is seen for the last time at 4:06 p.m. going down Waterman Street. Now, it's really interesting to note here, the cameras have been a big issue in this investigation. Dave, if you just look around this parking lot to show everybody, there are no cameras that we can see out here, right outside of the Barris and Hawley building. You can see there are no cameras that we see visible to the eye. So that is something that has been a big sticking point in this investigation. The only camera, again, that catches this primary person of interest is down the block all the way over there running out. So that is where we're at now with the investigation. John and Sandra.
All right, thanks.
What is it with everybody's sound? Now we're going to go to Judge Boyd's. I want to hear her sound. I want to hear Judge Boyd. They got somebody on the witness stand. What are we watching today? I don't know. They don't have a description. So we're going to go. Let me get this one and see if this sounds better. Why is there static?
All right, we are back on the record in 2023 CR 11452 and 2023 CR 11453, State versus Jesus Prado. Can I have parties announced?
Also, Alton State, Megan Galloway as well. Sorry.
And Ernest Acevedo
and Jonathan Alvarado here with Mr. Prado, who is also present in court.
All right. And then if the jurors are ready, we'll bring them in. And I know I've already sworn you in before, but because it wasn't in front of the jury, I'll just swear you in again. All right, thank you.
Y'all, I don't know what the hell's going on with the sound. That update messed me up. We'll see. We'll see what happens in her courtroom. I'm sorry, y'all. There's nothing I can do. I'm trying to get this as fixed out. I don't know why. These courtroom feeds suck a duck. Hold on, I'm gonna switch things. Give me a minute.
We're ready.
All right, the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge.
Trying to figure out what's wrong with the sound.
Defense calls Dr. Jumis to the stand.
All right, could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yeah, I know she has an actual trial. Y'all, is your sound clear or does it have a hiss?
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear. And if you could state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Michael Thomas Jumis. My last name is Jumes.
All right, defense, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Jumis, thank you for being here. I have some questions for you. Do you know the person far to my left, Jesse Prado?
Yes, sir.
His legal name is Jesus Prado, but I know he goes by Jesse. Is this a man that you know and that you have visited and treated medically?
I conducted a mental health evaluation.
Okay. Can you tell the jury your qualifications to do what you do?
I'm a psychologist. I work in the area of clinical psychology and in the area of forensic psychology. My background is I have a doctorate, a PhD in clinical psychology, and I'm licensed to practice in the state of Texas.
All right. Where did you do your undergraduate work?
At UT Austin.
Longhorn Fan?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, can you tell us a little bit about how your psychology practice started and where you first did some of your first rotations?
Sure. So you start practicing as a student. And so I was at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center at Dallas, and I was learning psychotherapy and psychological assessment, because clinical psychology really is the assessment and treatment of mental health conditions. And so that was the focus of my training. Mine is an academic PhD. I went to a medical school, but I was in a graduate school inside that, so I don't have a medical degree. So after I finished my training and while I was working on my dissertation, I started working at a brain injury rehabilitation center. I completed my doctoral work and I was in my postdoctoral year at it was a neuropsychology practice. My job there was to treat people who had acquired brain injuries, usually from like a head injury. Sometimes there was an acquired deficit from like a stroke process or maybe a tumor. And my job was to provide treatment toward improving a person's return to everyday functioning. After that, I worked in the state hospital system for decades with justice-involved individuals, providing services to help evaluate and treat people to restore their fitness to return to court, or for people who were acquitted of charges by reason of insanity.
All right.
Lately, I'm in private practice.
Okay, and so your first doctoral experience was in that brain injury clinic, and so you had several years of working in that area with neuropsychologists, and that was your first field of practice, correct?
Yes.
After that practice, did you enter the justice system, where the justice system and your talents as a psychologist have been used in the justice system for virtually every kind of mental health issue in the judicial system?
So yeah, I've worked in treatment and in evaluation in the hospital system with juveniles and with adults, mostly adults. I worked in the maximum security hospital system and in less secure settings. I've also worked in a general psychiatric hospital as a part of my responsibilities at North Texas State Hospital. And in 2008, I came to Kerrville State Hospital, and I worked there until just the
Kerrville? When did you work there? Let's go back. That's where I live, dude.
Yeah, I worked in the maximum security hospital system and in less secure settings. I've also worked in a general psychiatric hospital as a part of my responsibilities at North Texas State Hospital. And in 2008, I came to Kerrville State Hospital, and I worked there until just the end of 23, the beginning of 2024.
I know him.
Now, during all those years, that involved working as an expert in courtrooms. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Along the way, I've had a private practice, mostly evaluating competency to stand trial, sometimes some sanity questions, sometimes assisting courts or attorneys to understand the person's mental health situation, and on the criminal side of forensic psychology practice.
All right. Now, you've testified for the prosecution and for the defense. You don't take sides in your practice one way or the other, do you?
Yeah, my job is to provide an objective evaluation. That's how it can be the most helpful. And so most of my work is court ordered, and I have testified being called by defense and the prosecution. Yes.
I guess if you have been called more by one side than the other, you've probably been called as an expert more by the state than defense. Is that
Check to leading. Sustain.
if you know, do you think you've been called more often by the prosecution or by the defense in cases that have had court issues?
In cases that have court issues, usually my involvement is to help establish whether somebody's competent to proceed or competent to stand trial. Sometimes a mental health condition can interfere with a person's understanding of court or their ability to work with their lawyer. So usually when I recommend that somebody is incompetent or not fit to proceed with court, no one disagrees, because there were concerns that got evaluated, and in general, the court opens the doorway to treatment to help a person improve their readiness for court. It's mostly when the results come back where the person is competent, and maybe the defense would disagree that there'd be a trial on the issue. And so most of my work is in the area of competency to stand trial evaluations. And so most of the time I'm called by the state to testify in those cases, again, under a court order.
Okay, did you get asked to evaluate Jesse Prado at some point, I guess a couple of years ago?
Yes, in 2024.
Well, did you do that?
I did.
And he's been in jail during that time. So like, what's the process for a doctor when you have to evaluate somebody in the jail?
So I think I've met with him. Well, I know I met with him 3 times. Once in the beginning of July, it was July 7th of last year. And then again on July 30th of last year. And then again, July 31st of this year. So I've had 3 meetings. I want to recall that 2 of them were in an attorney booth with the glass kind of between us. But the second meeting was in a conference space at the jail.
So when a person's getting doctoral evaluations, there is a way you can get more freer access than like I would, where you can actually interact with somebody, evaluate somebody medically if you need to.
Yes, psychologically.
Psychologically, I'm sorry. Okay, now in the course of that, I mean, you have to get a history for a person, correct?
Yeah, the history is the platform on which the case develops. And so, a history would include things like growing up and relationships, school, work, health, mental health.
And additionally, because there's a criminal element to it, did you get basically like the prosecution guide of the offense so that you could have the context of what he was accused of doing?
I did. So I had some written law enforcement reports, as well as a body camera worn video recording of the events that I think lead us here today.
Okay, and so, yeah, it's on. Can you hear me? I just have to sit forward. So during your evaluations, you had access to the reports and the videotape, the same ones that have been introduced into evidence, or at least certainly contextually, the videos that show shootings and interaction with the police on the day he was charged with a crime.
My review was limited to the body worn camera that one of the officers had that captured coming up to the house, and then an exchange of gunfire and his retreat to another house where he was able to get care. So my review of that was limited. I think, as I remember now, I also reviewed a video of an investigation interview with Mr. Prado shortly after his arrest, as I recall.
And that's the statement with the detective you're talking about?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about the history. You did learn through your evaluation that Mr. Prado had lost his brother, and that was a pretty devastating loss for him. That's part of the history that you took from him. Is that correct?
All right, you can finish your question.
Is that part of the history that you got from him?
Yes.
As a psychologist, I guess you have a large amount of training on depression generally. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, can you tell the jury just the basics of what depression is and how it can affect a person normally?
Depression exists in different forms, and there are a range of conditions that I think generally we'd think about. One would be, you might think of grief that happens if we lose a loved one. And another would be something like what mental health professionals call dysthymia. That's this idea that a depression is kind of part of a person. It's kind of chronically experienced. It's in some ways it has been thought about as like a depressive personality style, and that for our purposes, that's an okay way to think about it. Although I don't know that technically that's exactly right. And then there's something that we call clinical depression, which is what we think more about in terms of a biological kind of reactivity to a lot of people. The health community talks about the level of serotonin in the brain, and so one focus is biological, and depression can express itself in like hard to sleep. I've got insomnia, or my appetite changes, my energy level changes. Then there are psychological qualities like the subjective feeling of sadness. I'm blue. My self-esteem might change. I begin to question things. The things that gave me pleasure in life don't do that anymore. And so there are tagging kinds of consequences for some of that can start to impact a person's even work performance, their focus of attention and concentration, their ability to.
Okay, I asked this question and nobody answered, so I need a flippin' answer, please. Are you getting real hissy sound from this feed, or is it just in my ears? I took what down? I am struggling because the feed sounds like a snake. Let me show you what I mean.
The jury continues deliberating the fate of Maya Hernandez, the mom accused of leaving her son to die in a hot car while she got a Brazilian butt lift.
Easily, they can lose efficiencies and not have energy to like take up roles that are familiar, like.
Everything's hissy.
This is adjacent to a residential neighborhood.
You have no hissing. You guys are not hissing. It's nice and sharp and clear on your end. All right, I've been fighting this. That's why I'm bouncing. Okay, we'll go back to Judge Boyd.
Responses that I think we would lump together and think about like depression.
Now, would you agree that, I guess for people that don't understand depression as clinically as you do, that is there still a stigma, you think, in society that when somebody's depressed, clinically depressed, that they don't look at it the same way as if somebody has cancer? Like it's just like, hey, toughen up. Versus when somebody has cancer, nobody ever tells a cancer patient like to toughen up. Or do you understand what I'm asking?
You know, there is a stigma to for people who deal with serious mental illness, and depression in some of its forms can be very serious. It can be life-threatening. It can contribute to suicide. So, but the stigma about a person's ideas of who they are, or maybe family forces, or you know, there's a larger culture, and then there are these sort of microcultures that we live in, and some of that's our family and maybe our circle of friends, or the kind of work that we have, or aspects of our identity that can really impact different people different ways.
Now, through your history, was part of your history, did you learn whether he was taking depression medication at some point?
Yes.
What was the history on how he was medicating?
So he lost his brother, and that was some years earlier. And then he was in the process of a divorce within the 6 or 9 months of the arrest situation. And so during that late time, after the divorce, he was taking Zoloft, which is an antidepressant medication. But his understanding about taking the medication had more to do with his experience. He talked about anxiety as the principal reason for the Zoloft. And depression and anxiety go together a little bit like peanut butter and jelly. And so there can be anti-anxiety effects from taking an antidepressant medication. So that kind of hangs together.
Now, did he get this through traditional, like, hey, let me go see my doctor, or did he get it?
Guys, when I took off the sound boost, it went away. Hold on. I need to get to another video. Turn the sound boost on. Okay, it's in the FX sound. Dag nabbit.
With a doctor visit or an office visit, but it was, I mean, do you remember the website he got it from by chance?
I think it was hims.com. And in my training, we would expect to see medication as a first line, sometimes by a general practitioner. But as depression settles in, sometimes a person needs other treatments too. I'm not sure those were there.
And I guess as a practicing psychologist, would you agree, as a general question, you're better off seeing a medical professional, psychologist or psychiatrist, to treat your depression versus getting it on hims.com? That would be the better course of action?
Fixed it.
I would tend to think so. I don't know a lot about everybody else's practice, but I know in the work that I do, COVID affected everything. And there was a time where I was doing televideo interviews, and I've abandoned that in my practice over the last couple of years to see people in person, which just helps me do my job in a way I think is better.
Okay, in the history, part of the history was also, I guess, how Jesse was dealing with marital problems. What history did you take about marital problems he may have been having?
Yeah, that for me began earlier. The trellis on which I think a case kind of grows is to understand some things earlier on. In his case, he was in a large blended family. And at some point in his growing up experience, I want to say 7th grade, his stepdad went to prison. And that was a disruption to the family. And I think he experienced that with failing a grade. So being held back, there was a disruption. Not only the family took it in that kind of way, and then his big brother, several years older, stepped into the role, kind of like a surrogate father figure. So there were some mixtures, clinically, about the role of father, the complexities of having a blended family and a stepdad leaving the household for prison, and then his brother stepping in to really help the family, support them financially and emotionally. And then over the years, they were close, and then his brother died unexpectedly.
Okay, so that, did that explain where some of his depression could have come from, that experience?
Well, I think that those things coalesce. And for him, he was able to function, but he was experiencing that loss. And it's somewhere in the space between grief and clinical depression that I think he was kind of harboring. And at that time, after his brother's passing, his condition was untreated.
So then if we move on in his history towards his marriage to Monette, did there become problems in his marriage to Monette, a year or so after his brother passed away?
Yes.
Did you take a history on just knowing, the details of how the basic problems started in the marriage?
Yes. So Mr. Prado, he was a teen dad. And for me, that's an important contextual element. He was in a relationship with his son's mother. He was 15. He dropped out of school. He took work in support of the household, and they were on again, off again. So the relationship eventually closed. He developed a relationship with his wife. It was a long relationship. I think it spanned a couple decades, and maybe 10 or 12 years in, they married. They were married until after his arrest, and I guess the divorce finalized. They were in the process of a separation, and he was contending with really the loss of the marriage in the throes of an infidelity partner situation.
Did that affect him, I guess, on top of the distress he was still feeling about his brother?
I think it did, and it's in regard of I think areas of his identity, his emotional responses. He subjectively sort of understood it as anxiety, so he, like we talked about, took Zoloft. I think it affected his work. He began to struggle at work. He had a work problem, and he was an over-the-road truck driver, and he had a driving event that was suggested maybe he was nodding off at the wheel, and I guess there's cameras in the trucks to alert the companies about that. So that became a focus of things. He had to step away from driving and start getting some health care, and disrupted his earnings. And there's just sort of this cascade of situational forces that were kind of coming on: the dissolution of the marriage, and the work stress, and the financial press on top of that, and family and children and house management.
Okay, so now I want to ask you a psychological question about infidelity. I guess infidelity is another thing. Can it be like the issue of depression, where there can be a stigma with it, where infidelity will affect some people more than others, and it can have a profound impact on somebody?
There's a lot to, everybody's different. That's one main point. I'm looking at patterns to try to understand, and so I think the short answer is yes. But when I think about Mr. Prado, I think that he experienced a tremendous impact from the relationship breaking, and yeah.
I guess if we're going to talk about psychological factors, the next one I would want to ask you about is the breakup of the family unit, like the idea of losing the house, losing primary custody of the girls, things like that. Was that something that came into play very shortly before this arrest?
I think so.
And what kind of psychological effect can that have on a person?
So I think a way to understand is that an infidelity situation, again, different people react in different kinds of ways, but there's an emerging literature on the traumatic experience that a person might take when they're contending. There are responses people have: can't let it go, loss of trust, replaying the loss, the fantasy, what happened between the two. There's just a cascade of reactions that can happen, and I think for Mr. Prado, he was experiencing areas of concern for who's going to raise the kids, who's going to get the house. I think he was taking steps to try to salvage the relationship, but was unable to do that.
Now, I guess if we're going to talk about psychology in general, I mean, most everybody in their life experiences some kind of close loss. I mean, death comes to us all.
Yes.
And so some people can deal with the death of a loved one pretty well and not have any completely disruptive psychological episode. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Some people can deal with infidelity and move on like nothing.
Absolutely.
And people have a divorce and lose custody of their kids and lose their house and their retirement and deal with that normally.
Yes, many can.
Do some people have a much bigger problem with that?
Yes.
And if it's a psychological problem, like if a person is having a psychological crisis, is that something that's easily controlled, like by decision making?
Well, by virtue of the word crisis, we know that the answer is no.
Now, I want to go back to the history because I guess there's one other factor that I know you've brought to my attention. When taking the history, did you find out he had been involved in some pretty serious accidents?
Yes, part of the history uncovered a couple of serious head injuries.
Now, why did that make you think to investigate that more when you're doing your evaluation?
Well, there were a couple of reasons. Really, the main one was that from a mental health perspective, there's only so much in this case. There's not a severe and disabling mental disease like schizophrenia at play. You know, there's a lot of things that aren't there. So the question is, you know, how could someone understand this event and the aspects of judgment involved? What might help understand what vulnerabilities this person might have to better understand that incident? And the head injuries, the history of head injuries, led me to wonder about his cognitive functioning. And I always screen cognitive abilities in a mental status examination. And when I say cognitive, I mean, is the person alert and attentive? Do they, how's their attention and concentration? Is their memory functioning normal? What about judgment, information processing, and insight? And so when I did the usual mental status examination, his results were clean. And I was just puzzling over how could he have this history of head injuries and return this particular mental status examination. And so I evaluated further in my second interview. And I used some screening tools for broad cognitive abilities and for intellect and for sort of judgment and executive cognitive abilities. And everything returned as you'd expect, kind of in the normal ranges, except for a screening measure where the test is built in such a way that it increases situation demand. There's a test situation, and so there's kind of a baseline measure and a secondary measure with additional complexity. And his performance was slow, and it was erroneous, and so that was where the results were leading in terms of trying to understand whether there was some cognitive area of vulnerability in this case, and so that's how that was uncovered.
When you say his scores were unexpected on that particular area of decision making, by how much? Are there mathematical terms that y'all use to determine that?
Yeah. So a way to think about it is the normal curve kind of establishes an understanding of what's a normal limit, and so in his case, his performance was 2 standard deviations slower than people his age. And he had a kind of a retracing correction that he'd made so that his decision making was inflexible, Well, it was flexible enough in that he realized the mistake and he corrected it. But he had the test kind of pulls for flexibility, speed of response, and synthesis of visual and motor skills. So it's rich in involvement of executive cognitive abilities, and that's where those findings led me.
Now, as a psychologist, and I guess your history treating brain injury patients, the decision-making part of the brain that you're talking about, where he tested for deficiency, what part of the brain causes, or what part of the brain does that exist?
So the test is pulling for executive cognitive abilities, and those are housed in the frontal lobes of the brain. That's the part of the brain behind your forehead.
Okay, now, if a person is knocked unconscious, that is by definition considered a traumatic brain injury, correct?
Your Honor, I'm just going to reiterate my earlier objections
All
about
right,
this
that'll-
being outside the scope of his expertise.
All right, that'll be overruled.
Yes.
All right, now, in his history, did you learn that he had been in an ATV accident where he was knocked unconscious for a long period of time and had to be airlifted to Wilford Hall Medical Center?
Yes, he was, I think, 19 at the time.
Is that the kind of injury, by definition, called a traumatic brain injury?
Yes.
And when that happens, according to your training, does that mean somebody is going to be deficient in the future, or does it mean that people react differently to different kinds of injuries?
It doesn't necessarily follow that if someone's had a serious head injury that they're going to have lifelong disability. There's a window of natural healing that occurs for people, and that's a wonderful thing. So we always expect that a person will improve after an acute head injury, and in that window during the improvement, you don't really know where it'll land. And a lot of people, depending on severity and other factors, can enjoy good recovery, even full recovery.
Are traumatic brain injuries worse when they happen more than once?
Yes, and the data suggests that once a person has a history of a traumatic brain injury, they're vulnerable to subsequent traumatic brain injuries.
I mean, you're familiar with what CTE is, correct?
Somewhat.
Okay, and some of those things, as far as diagnosing them, cannot be diagnosed without an autopsy.
Again, Your Honor, he said somewhat, so I'm going to object to him asking questions about something he's not familiar.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
Doctor, I want to show you what was marked as Defense Exhibit 2 and 3. Now, you did get a history of Mr. Prado being involved in a second accident, a bad rollover accident.
Yes, through a culvert.
But you hadn't seen the pictures of the accident.
That's correct.
Just a history from him?
Right.
So this is Defense Exhibit 2 and 3. That's been introduced into evidence to the jury.
Y'all wake up! Wake up, sleepyheads! Verdict cause clock is paused. Jury on lunch break till 2:30. Yeah, and then here's I sent this. The reason I gonged it is I want my mods to read what I found. There's no public feed in the Ian Mitchum trial today because Arizona courts do not guarantee daily live stream access. Coverage is provided by local media outlets like Channel 12, Fox 10, and Trial TV. But live streams can be paused or unavailable depending on courtroom scheduling, evidentiary restrictions, or technical issues. But today there is no stream. Thank you so much for being so cooperative and being courteous enough and kind to think that there are thousands and thousands of us who wanted to watch. You could have at least put a little notice out that there would be no streaming today. Instead, you cut your streams in the middle of court days. You don't communicate with anybody. And on top of that, you say you have a sidebar and then you never return. You go to lunch, you never return. You go to the bathroom, you never return. You have a problem. It's called returningism. You don't know what returning means. Yeah. And if you're not going to return, it would be polite for there to be some kind of notification given as to why you're not returning or even that you're not returning. I could have been doing a lot of other stuff today, although I'm happy to be with you. I'm glad to be with you. I'd rather be doing this than what I should be doing. But that pisses me off when a court is so disrespectful of the public, in my humble freaking A's opinion. Back to court. Thank you, Judge
I've
Boyd.
seen that already. What does that appear to be to you?
Oh, no. Just 1 second. Do you need water or cough drop?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. Take your all the time.
And were you all able to hear the last question and answer? All right, you may continue.
I mean, if it's come out into evidence that this is the rollover results from that accident, is that also consistent with traumatic brain injury if the testimony is he was knocked unconscious during that accident as well?
Well, I would think that it just demonstrates that it was a serious collision, and with those kinds of collisions, there's movement inside the skull. The brain is surrounded by a kind of a layer of tissues and a fluid layer, and so it's sloshing around. And it would look like here that there was multiple impacts, so that there was a lot of dynamic movement inside the cab of this vehicle.
Okay, and that would be consistent from the history that you took from him as well. Just that there was a period of unconsciousness in this accident as well. With
Yes.
a second traumatic brain injury.
Yes.
Okay, so like after discovering the deficits in your testing, what normally happens after that if a person has more resources and more freedom? Like, what would you recommend as a psychologist once you see that he has screened for cognitive deficiencies in his frontal lobe that are inconsistent with his intelligence? You've gotten to that point. What do you normally do after that point?
So I would refer him to a neuropsychologist and a neurologist. The difference being a neurologist is a medical doctor whose training and experience and practice will afford a medical course of care, which could include things like medications or other strategies. And a neuropsychologist, because the role of evaluation in a case like this would help establish the patterns of relative cognitive strengths and weaknesses, and understand their functional implications to really make a roadmap for a course of care.
Psychologically speaking, is further evaluation and treatment something that would benefit Mr. Prado as a patient?
Yes.
Now, the Bexar County Jail, I mean, the Bexar County Jail is not MD Anderson, right? I mean, you would agree with that. I mean, I don't mean to make lightly of that, but you get emergency treatment at the jail generally, correct?
There are healthcare services at the jail, but they are in the area that we're talking about, to uncover what would be some subtle signs and understand their long-term impact and make an intervention. Those are not they're not available at the jail. They're just not.
Right. As far, I mean, this would be, this is not emergency medical treatment. This is just what you would recommend for somebody in this situation if they had the resources to treat it. Right.
Absolutely.
The jail is not going to take a prisoner to a neuroscientist or a neuropsychologist without some kind of a pressing emergency need. That's just the way the jail works. Would you
If someone fell in the cell and were knocked unconscious, of course they get emergency care. But in a situation like this, that's highly unlikely.
Okay, so now I want to ask you a few questions about October 19th, 2023. I mean, you know factually what happened from the reports and the videos, correct?
Yes.
You do know that Jesse Prado accepted responsibility, pled guilty to the jury when they read the charge, and this trial is solely about what punishment is appropriate for him. You know that, right?
Yes.
You know, a question that I asked you a long time ago was just saying, you remember me asking you, I want to understand what happened that could make a person with so inconsistently in this environment do something this ugly. Do you have opinions on that idea? How does a person with such good history throughout his whole life get to the point where they make such a terrible decision with everything you know in your evaluation of Jesse Prado?
Yeah, defense counsel raised the issue that he just snapped, which psychologically is a little unsatisfying to me because that's almost like saying kind of out of the blue, this terrible thing happened. And so it's important to kind of think through. I mean, if I could let you borrow my thinking for a minute, the major context and a major tension here for all of us is that psychology and the theories and the practice and assessment, they're all based on a model that we should call determinism. The idea that there may be some biological vulnerabilities that get expressed in a person's behavior, or there may be some psychological events, some things that happen to someone that shape the why and wherefore. We rely on those things like all the time in all the books about how to raise your children and things like that. And then there are just things that happen to people that we have to contend with. And so the model I operate out of is kind of gray and deterministic. And the question is, you know, how does somebody just snap, right? So that's about cause, and I can't answer that, and I don't know that psychology has a great answer to what caused this, which is a tension here, and so what I can say are some of the conditions I think that added to understanding his vulnerabilities for that judgment. And some of those, I think, are really a backdrop of long sadness over his brother's passing. That's just an operational force. But you know, in general, sadness doesn't add to you know, highly activated events. It more turns us inward, or it makes us slows us down. Other mental health constructs have to do with understanding the impact of trauma on like reactivity for decision making, and in general, under stressful conditions, that's not the time to make really big, you know, big choices. A lot of people are counseled maybe to don't sell your house after your spouse dies. Wait a year. You know, see it from a different perspective over a little time if you can. So, you know, we know generally that emotions affect judgment. And then there's this history of a head injury and a test result that points to the probability that there's vulnerability with decision-making under pressure. That is a part of the constellation in understanding this particular case. And that really is how things coalesce. As I thought about being involved, and I thought about trying to help figure out about whether someone snapped, I think the data pointed more to just these three things.
Now, you know, as a professional psychologist and somebody who testifies in court, you're certainly not trying to excuse his actions, correct?
I can't explain it, let alone excuse it. I certainly can't.
He certainly doesn't rise to the level where he wouldn't be criminally culpable for it. Like, he certainly was not legally insane. The definition for that is very strict. Clearly doesn't meet that definition, right?
Two or three things. I wasn't asked to evaluate that, but just in general, the idea is a person has to be have a severe mental disease or defect in order to raise the issue. And in this case, I don't think you meet that bar.
And I mean, I guess by definition, him pleading guilty means he's accepting the responsibility for the crime he committed.
Leading and counsel testifying.
Sustained
I'm sorry. Leading and counsel testifying.
and sustained.
One statement I wanted to ask you about is that there was testimony from one of the only eyewitnesses to Jesse right before the police got there. There was testimony that, well, from his wife, Monette, that when he found out the police were called, she said his eyes glazed over in this way that she had never seen before. Is there any psychological explanation for that you can see as a possibility?
Well, I have a couple of reactions to that. One is I wasn't in that moment. I didn't see that to sort of experience it. I have seen people in situations, clinical situations, where it looked to me like that there was a change in their gaze. That usually one of the hypotheses I have about that, it's kind of the educated guess stuff, right? It's about whether they're re-experiencing some kind of trauma. That'd be one. Clinically, that could lead to questions about dissociation. It could lead to questions about, contact with reality. I don't think the rest of the data in this case bear out much about those other things. But I think that just putting things together, the more likely clinical area to explore is that is a reflection that that the situation demands were outstripping coping resources, and so the emotions and the situation were overwhelming.
I'm sorry, if we could just have 5 minutes, please. And I'm going to have the jury, if you can step outside just briefly.
Ruh-roh. Something's happening, y'all. Something going down to the river to pray, studying about those good old days and shoes. I'm sorry, got a sound going on. I knew he looked familiar. He worked at the state the same time I worked at the state hospital, and I'm liking his. I like what he has to say so far. I don't see anything that's majorly bad. But yeah. Hey, Joe Schmo is in the house. Yeah, I know there's another one coming up about the university shooting. We'll be seeing that shortly. I'm trying to keep my eye out on it. Although I don't have a feed. That's not the feed I want. Well, something's going on here. I didn't stop it, did it? Yeah, I did. My bad. Judge is dealing with something. I so can't wait to go sit into a trial of hers. I need to find her docket. I need to go find her docket. And I need to find a trial to go sit in next year. Even if it's just one freaking day. Hey, June. When live is over, mods meet in Discord. We have some business to deal with. Yes. And my hearing aids just cut off. Why did they just release? That'd be weird. That was weird. By the way, I want to show y'all what my fabulous mods sent me in the mail for graduation. Every day is a new beginning. Take a deep breath and start again. That is so true, but look at the little Highlander. Yes, I'm going to find somewhere on my desk or somewhere I can maybe put it up there. Put it on top of a monitor. And then they got me the Highlander. I think I'll make my iced coffee in these. I think this will be good iced coffee. What do you think? I'm getting hot. Is it so? There we go. Iced coffee tomorrow. Love it. Thank you, guys. Thanks to my mods. Thank you, mods. I don't know why my ears disconnected, but let me reconnect them. Somehow reconnect them. Look at his face. Yes, doctor. Look at that face. Yeah, it is. I see it is. As a watching it, y'all. We're all watching it. I don't know why my hearing aids are dropping or the Rodecaster dropping or the hearing aids are dropping, but they're dropping. Oh, there they are again. Yay. Yay. So yeah, we got it. We got it going, y'all. Don't worry. All is good. So anyway, yep. We have ladies and gentlemen, I need everybody to clear the courtroom. I'm about ready to whoop some country butt. Let me zoom up. I love me some Boyd. I'm so mad. I guess I'll eat them later. I made my son some eggs. Thought he was home. He didn't tell me he left the house. That kind of irked me a little bit. So they're my dinner. I need to find a place to put my thingy. I love this. I need to hear this quite often. I will find a place. For now, we'll put it right there. Thank you, mods, for a wonderful, sweet graduation gift. I love and appreciate you. Thank you so much. How is he doing, Miss Angela?
Just we're ready. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Hey, Joe Schmo, when are we going to do that thing you were talking about doing? When are we going to do that? Tomorrow will be a difficult day
All right,
to
everyone,
do it,
please
but
be
Thursday
seated.
might be okay.
And defense, you may continue.
You Judge.
We've got a lot popping tomorrow.
Doctor, you know there is a retribution angle towards punishment, correct?
Relevant.
What is the relevancy?
Uh,
I don't know why that
well,
popped
I
up.
was gonna say that.
Could I have parties approach?
Yeah, that would be easier, Judge.
Okay, so the parties are approaching for a sidebar. That was a stupid ass question. You cannot bring in the retribution in front of a jury before the penalty phase even starts. You don't want it to affect their decision or their verdict. Hello. Come on now. Come on now. You know better than this, attorney. Attorney, I'm not happy with that question. And I'm surprised that you didn't get a lashing from our wonderful, amazing judge. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see if he continues that line of
Doctor, let me
questioning.
rephrase.
Yeah. So you lost that one, Boo.
Do you agree that rehabilitation is one aspect of punishment in a criminal case?
Certainly can be. And from a mental health perspective, it ought to be.
From the rehabilitation side, and your expertise as a psychologist, could Jesse Prado receive benefit from treatment and rehabilitation for the issues that he's been through that you're aware of?
I believe he would.
As far as the other aspects of punishment and the other reasons for it, do you really have a strong position on the other issues?
I do not. They would be apart from mental health.
I have no further questions, Judge.
State?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. James.
Good afternoon.
I guess I want to start out by just clarifying your background and your qualifications. So you told us that you're a psychologist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have, I think in your, how many years have you been a practicing psychologist?
Well, I got licensed in 1997, and so that's like 28 years.
Getting up on 30 years.
Yes.
In those 30 years, you have, I think you said about 3 years working on the brain injury side of things. Is that correct?
In treatment, yes.
Okay. And that was at the very beginning of your career in the 90s, correct?
Yes.
So ever since you left that field in 1997 or 8, is that correct?
Right.
You have been doing sanity evaluations and competency evaluations on the criminal side of the justice system, correct?
Well, so I've done that along with other things, yes.
Predominantly sanity and competency is your main area of practice.
Yes.
Okay. And the brain injury stuff that you did early on, that's not an active part of your practice anymore, the treatment and diagnosis or analysis of brain injuries.
So there's a couple of things to that question. So when I worked at the Brain Injury Rehab Center, my responsibility was on the treatment side of a practice that had assessment and treatment. I didn't do assessment there. But the question had to do with both treatment and assessment. And in psychology practice, every day, my responsibility involves evaluating how a person is thinking and feeling and behaving and responding. And that includes understanding things like memory and concentration and problem solving and practical judgment. And so every day I use the concepts of those things in my
Right,
practice.
that's not brain injury, correct?
Well, they're the evaluation tools that you would use for people, whether they had brain injuries or not. They're-
Right, I'm getting that is you're evaluating and treating or assessing the cognitive issues, not the causes that led to the cognitive issues.
Fair.
Okay. And so in that same vein, the proper, I guess, medical professionals to diagnose traumatic brain injuries or physical, medical, physiological injuries to the brain, frontal lobe injury, TBI, whatever it may be. That's not a psychologist, correct? That's a neurologist, a neurosurgeon, possibly a neuropsychologist.
So a neuropsychologist is a psychologist, and a neuropsychologist can certainly help with diagnosis. Just the disciplines are different. The evolution of the practice of neuropsychology is interesting, but here's the cliff notes. It used to be that we didn't have computer aided imaging, so MRIs and CT scans didn't exist. And it was neuropsychology that was establishing localization of deficits and the brain behavior relationships that you couldn't see in an X-ray. So in the inception of what we're talking about, it was neuropsychology and not neurology that was doing the diagnostic heavy lifting. So I just think that it's important to sort of understand the right roles for the partnerships across the disciplines that are needful for understanding the etiology or the causation of the results that I'm left to sort of unpack.
Sure. And I come back to, you're not a neuropsychologist.
I
correct?
am absolutely not a neuropsychologist.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. You are not the right medical professional to diagnose physical medical injuries, correct?
I would tend to agree with that, yes.
Thank you. Okay. So talking about your previous experience testifying in courtrooms, I understand that you've done that several times for our office and other offices, other sides of the table.
Sure.
In all of those times that you've been qualified as an expert, that have been in the area of sanity and competency, correct?
Probably.
Okay. And that's not what we're here for today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you said on direct examination that there is no indication that Mr. Prado has any severe mental disease or defect that would render him incapable of understanding the seriousness of the consequences of his actions that day, correct?
I would agree. That's correct.
Okay. So if a person were deemed insane, which again, to be clear, not here, if a person were deemed insane, and by that reason, they are not guilty of the actions that they are accused of, that person would then be potentially committed to the state hospital, correct?
Very often, yes.
Okay. So in a case like this, where the defendant very obviously understands the gravity of what he did and understands the consequences and acknowledges that he did so intentionally, the only options left for us to punish and control that person's behavior are prison or community supervision. Is that correct?
I would think so.
And when you evaluated the defendant, that was not at the time that he committed these offenses in October of 2023, correct? It was about a year later that you started doing your evaluations?
July of 2024. Yes, that's right.
Okay. And so everything that your evaluation is based on what he told you and what you saw in the evidence that was provided to you by the defense. Is that correct?
And the results of testing.
Okay, and we'll talk about that. But I want to talk a little bit more about the history that you said you were given in order to help you conduct your evaluation. You said that you were given police reports, you were shown one body camera video, and you saw his interview where he talked to the police about what he did, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, in that interview, you didn't see any issues with any cognitive decline or cognitive slowness, for lack of a better word.
Not from those, no.
Okay. And that was at the time he committed this offense, correct?
Yes, videos, yes.
Did you talk to any of his family members or friends?
Did not.
Did not. So your entirety of information regarding those accidents that he was in, early on, how they have affected him ever since, the loss of his brother, what he's going through with the divorce, that was entirely based on what Mr. Prado told you.
Yes.
Okay. One moment. The testing that you did on him, tell us a little bit more about that.
So there are gold standard tests, and then there are screening tests for things like intelligence. And so I used a screening test for intellect that has measures of verbal and nonverbal problem solving and gives a composite IQ estimate. And that came into the normal range with no relative strengths or weaknesses from a measurement perspective in areas of verbal and nonverbal reasoning. And I used a broad screening tool for cognitive abilities that had areas for immediate and delayed memory and attention and language and some physiographic kinds of skill areas. The results of that were largely consistent with his performance in the intelligence test, which is kind of an important watermark for understanding where there might be relative cognitive strengths or weaknesses. In his case, he had a relative better score in areas of language skills, and it was not so remarkable. It was just a notable sort of difference. There was a little variance in scores. The combination of the two tools helps me to appraise whether he put effort forth in the testing situation, and the consistency and some of the ways that the inner workings of the test kind of fall out. There was effort in his performance. Because the neurocognitive test or the cognitive abilities screening that I used, it doesn't have much in the area of executive cognitive functioning. Because of the history of head injuries and because the case was turning around the question of judgment, I added a measure regarding flexibility for kind of a visual graphic task under a time demand. And there's two parts to that particular test. And in the first one that kind of provides a baseline of skills, his performance was perfectly normal. And then the second one, his performance was horrible. And so that's where the data began, kind of falls out to suggest there is an area of thinking skills for him that is affected, and it's about decision making under demand, which is an executive cognitive ability, and for him seems to be a vulnerability, and it merits further diagnostic workup.
So you said decision making under pressure.
That's right.
And to be fair, any adult in the human race at some point or another is faced with possibly having to make hard decisions under pressure, correct?
Absolutely.
And you said that the results of that showed that he was 2 standard deviations slower than the people of his age.
That's right.
Okay. How many possible deviations are there?
Well, the normal curve flows to infinity, but we think about it in terms of 2 standard deviations or 3 standard deviations. So most scores fall within 1 standard deviation. 68% of scores for that test, you would expect to fall within one standard deviation. Scores that fell higher or faster performance are just, that's not what we're talking about. So those kind of fall off the table. It's the scores between the first standard deviation and beyond where you start wondering, where's the borderline? 2 standard deviations away from the arithmetic mean is a score where 5% or fewer people produce scores in that area. So, if you think about it in rough terms, it'd be like his performance was worse than 95% of everybody else in that particular area. That's how you'd interpret that.
So he's a bad decision maker.
So for that cognitive skill set that this test is aiming at, he performed in that way. There are a lot of things about decision making that go into decision making, but there's a vulnerability there, at least suggested by those scores.
And that's, I think you just said, if I'm paraphrasing correctly, that's just one small facet of decision making. He scored very poorly in one facet of
Yeah, because I only tested that.
it. Okay.
Yeah, there could
So
be
you
more.
can't get the data about any other deficit that he might have in that regard.
I'm not a neuropsychologist. I was looking for information, whether it existed or not, in terms of what might help understand his vulnerabilities in areas of judgment. And that's what we're talking about today.
And for someone to score, I guess, apart from the norm, again, you've already told the jury you're not qualified to say like what physical injuries may cause that, but is that something that could only be caused by a physical injury, or is that something that could be caused by brain chemistry or genetics or anything like that?
That's a great question.
I guess I'm getting at it. He could have been born like that, correct? That doesn't necessarily mean this is a developed condition.
I would agree with you. That's possible.
We're talking about the accidents that he was in, you didn't review any medical records from those accidents, did you?
He signed a release of information for me for those. I understood that he was treated at Wilford Hall, and I pursued those, and I got.
Here's a little information. San Antonio, Texas used to have 5 military bases. They have closed them down and reopened them as training facilities, ... Wilford Hall is over at Lackland Air Force Base, and Wilford Hall is or was a hospital. They no longer operate as a hospital, but they used to. I spent many a time and days in Wilford Hall when I was a kid, and through junior every year from probably 4th, 5th grade all the way through my senior year. While I was a military brat, I had pneumonia, and I'd always spend a week there every year, not including all my doctor's appointments and dental appointments and everything at Lackland. Everything was done on that base. You got Lackland, you got Randolph, you got Brooks, you got Kelly. I forgot them all. But that, just so you want to know, Wilford Hall was a hospital on Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas.
Got a notification back from the hospital that they didn't have those records. So I don't know how to understand that.
Okay. So again, you don't have any medical records that played a part in your evaluation of Mr. Prado regarding the fact.
That's correct.
Okay. And the pictures that defense counsel is showing you about the car accident, you said that those are really just indicative of how serious the accident is, but those in no way tell you, nor do you have any data to tell you that he did in fact suffer a traumatic brain injury in those accidents.
Only by self-report.
Now, when we're talking about self-reporting again, because you don't have any information from anybody apart from Mr. Prado. So what did he tell you about what his life was like after that last accident. We've already heard testimony and established the last accident, the one with the pictures that you saw, was about 16 or 17 years ago. So what did he tell you about what his life was like after that?
He was married. He had work. He had a family. He was, I think, in a spot where he was proud of himself.
And he didn't tell you that he ever had any issues with outbursts or emotional dysregulation or cognitive impairment of any sort.
That's right.
And you have no information from that about that from anybody else that he had any issues over those 16 years until we got to October 19th of 2023.
That's right.
And you talked about, I don't want to, I may have wrote this down wrong. Pattern of relative cognitive strengths and weaknesses. You were looking for that in your testing with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree with me that patterns of behavior are important in assessing a person's mental function?
Absolutely.
One moment. And you also mentioned the brother's passing having been a significant stressor for him.
Got lost for him. Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that that was 2 years prior to this incident, correct?
As I understand it, yes.
Yes. And again, there were no reports of any outbursts, cognitive dysregulation, temper tantrums, poor decision making from the time he lost his brother until this happened, correct?
He talked about feeling guilty that he was not able to accomplish certain things like to bury his brother. And he became tearful when he was talking about that while we were together. I was struck that he was still quite sensitive, and even in the situation we're in, to have that kind of reaction during our meeting.
He was grief stricken.
Ongoingly, it seemed, yes.
I mean, it only been 2 years, and I feel like losing a person you love could affect you forever, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but again, no outbursts of the sort that we're talking about here, or examples of bad decision-making or inability to regulate emotion.
That's what's so difficult in this case, is it's a pattern of one. And so a dot on a page doesn't coalesce into a pattern. That's what's tough about this case.
But it's entirely possible that it's consistent with another explanation, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
There's always things to learn.
So I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence in State Exhibit 1. This is a screenshot of the text message exchange from January of 2023 between the defendant and his then wife, Mona Ellis. Were you shown any of these text messages in your evaluation of the defendant?
No.
Okay. So this is January of 23. This is about 9 or 10 months before the shooting, right? You'll see at the top of the text, he says, with exclamation points behind it, "We need to put it on the market before I burn this bitch down." And then he goes on to tell Mona he's not going to be her roommate. And then about 7 hours later, his attitude from being angry and argumentative changes to, "I don't want to divorce Mona. I meant my vows." You see that?
I do.
Okay. And then she doesn't respond within 8 minutes. And he turned back to, "You're cold-blooded, really thinking about burning this house down right now." You see that?
I do.
And so could that pattern of communication be consistent with not somebody having a cognitive dysfunction, but just being unhappy that they're not getting their way?
Yes, and both.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4, which is again another text exchange. I know this doesn't have a screenshot, and I know defense counsel would correct me if I were saying this incorrectly, but these are texts that were between the defendant and his wife the day before and the day of the shooting. So these would be in October of 2023. Okay. Sorry. you with me?
Yes,
Okay.
I don't see a date.
No, I know that's what I'm saying. This screenshot doesn't have one, but testimony's already been elicited that it happened in October of 2023.
I see.
I
what
just
you
wanted
mean.
to let you know.
Thank you.
Is this the one, the day before, day of, or day of, and day before?
All right, so this is what I'm gonna remind everybody, everything that everybody is saying, the court reporter has to take down. So she can barely hear what's being said from what I'm reading on her live. So if everyone can remember to speak up and not talk over each other.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, one thing I love about Judge Boyd, she doesn't wait for someone to tell there's a problem. She is all on it. She's monitoring everything. She's monitoring everything. Love it.
Yes, correct. So at the top of this message, you'll see him starting out telling Monette that she's gonna regret this. And accusing her of causing a bunch of hurt. And then at the bottom of the message, he says he's doing his very best to be gentle. He doesn't want to get emotional and blow up on the woman that he loves. And then he starts telling her that she's better than other people in their lives. You see that?
Yes.
And then it takes exhibit 7, which is a continuation of the same conversation. He's telling her that he is sexually frustrated and that she knows this is how he gets. And then she doesn't respond, and he switches to have it your way. You blame me, I blame him, I'm going to go kill that motherfucker. Do you see that?
Yes.
So these text messages could be, and I'm not asking you to tell the jury what they mean because you don't know what was going on in his head at the time. My point is, these text messages and this pattern of communication of being friendly and polite or asking for something and then not getting his way and then lashing out. That could also be consistent with the behavior that we're seeing, not just cognitive dysfunction.
Would 100% agree.
And since you didn't talk to his family, I don't guess you would know that his daughter says that. Well, let me back up. Were you told by Jesse, that I guess the kind of back and forth that there was with Monette when she moved out in January, but then would still kind of spend time with him, between January and October, such that he was still kind of hopeful that things could get back to normal. Did he tell you about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in that first text message I showed you where he was talking about burning the house down, that was in January, correct? And then his daughter testified that there were no real issues between her father and her mother from January when she started coming back around until this happened in October. So again, is that consistent with him lashing out when he's not getting his way, but when she is around and he's getting his way, things are okay, things are calm. But then as soon as she makes it clear in October, she's done, then he's done. Is that consistent with that behavior?
I don't mean to be difficult. I don't know that I understand your question. Is that consistent with that behavior? I don't know where the linking is. I see what you're saying.
I'll rephrase it. We see a text message where he's lashing out at Monette in January.
Yes.
Correct. And then there's testimony from his daughter that after that happened, things calmed down between the two of them because she's around.
Yes.
Okay. And then we see him lash out in October at these innocent law enforcement officers who were just there to help. And the timing of that is at the same time that Monette has kind of told him, I'm done. Do you see the connection there?
Yes.
Okay, so is that behavior just as consistent with somebody simply being unhappy that they are not getting their way, as opposed to a cognitive dysfunction due to brain trauma or head injury or depression?
Yeah, I think that that certainly was at play in the situation. Yes.
You talked about.
I regret the phrase I use. There's nothing play about what we're talking about. And yet I think what I mean is we understand.
You talked about depression. Do you have, given that that's, I think, probably a major part of your field, correct?
Well, it's one of three constellation mental illnesses. Yes. Mood disorder.
Do you have any idea just roughly how many members of the population suffer from depression?
Depends on the definition. It's the most common mental illness in the United States.
More than half
Oh,
of the population?
if you're talking about clinical depression, I'd say no, be much lower than that.
Okay. Just generalized depression?
Well, I don't know what generalized depression means. The sadness of situations of living, 99.9%. Everybody has times like that.
Did you diagnose the defendant with clinical depression?
No.
No, okay, so he's not clinically depressed.
Sometimes people call it generalized depression. Other people call it situational depression. Just saying.
I don't think so. I think he's had more of a complex grief reaction,
Okay,
which embodies qualities of subjective depression and some of its outcropping kinds of qualities. Yes, ma'am.
okay. But the kind of, I guess, depression that he suffers from is the kind that affects the majority of the population.
I'd say no. I'd say that grief reactions tend to be short-lived, and people can kind of get over them on their own. And one of the complexities in this particular case is that we add in the timing of his marriage beginning to unravel and its implications for understanding this.
And again, the timing of his marriage beginning to unravel was 2 years after the loss of him.
Yes, and 2 years is a long time to grieve.
And he discussed with you anxiety, is that correct?
Yes,
And anxiety also affects a significant portion of the population, doesn't it?
it does.
As does grief and non-clinical depression.
Yes.
And there are no safeguards in the world that you know of that can prevent a person from experiencing any of those things at the same time.
That's fair.
And you said that these things that he was dealing with, the depression, the grief, the anxiety, these were all normal things that occurred to lots of people, correct?
Yes.
And some people can deal with them and some people can't, correct?
Yes.
So for those who can't, are those of us in society, the rest of us who can, are we to bear the burden of those who cannot?
I don't know how to answer that.
Would you feel safe living in a society?
Okay, I want to hear that again.
And some people can deal with them and some people can't, correct? These things that that he
Sorry.
he was dealing with, the depression, the grief, the anxiety. These were all normal things that occur to lots of people, correct?
Yes,
And some people can deal with them and some people can't, correct?
yes.
So for those who can't, are those of us in society, the rest of us who can, are we to bear the burden of those who cannot?
Wow. That's a question for us. Did y'all hear that? There are people who cannot handle those natural burdens in society. Is it up for us, those who can, to bear those burdens? Whoa, that's my hearing aids are doing weird things. The hat's hitting the buttons. Quit. The cap is hitting the buttons. I wish they were more toward the back instead of on the top. Y'all, that is a very difficult question, but I don't think that's a question for him to answer.
I don't know how to answer that.
Judge Boyd is like, nope,
Do you
face.
feel safe living in a society where those people who cannot handle the weight of these types of normal occurrences and whose reaction, because they're just a bad decision maker, has hurt other people, that they were allowed to live amongst us in society? Would you feel safe?
You know, I work in jails all the time, and there are times when I'm made aware that one particular person or another is an at-risk kind of an inmate. And so, you know, I professionally am around this kind of stuff all the time. I think your question for me is entering the province of the jury.
So you just don't want to give an opinion on whether you personally feel safe?
I'm not here.
That is right. It is not up for him to make that decision for this case. That is in the jury's hands, the decision of the jury. He can only speak to one person at a time and handle each one of his cases. And the fact that they are trying to pigeonhole him into that answer, I'm not comfortable with it. And I appreciate the way he responded. Good job. It's okay if you're a witness and something is getting uncomfortable or out of your realm of practice or skill set, for you to say that's for so-and-so, or that's so-and-so's department, or that's for the jury to decide. I like it. Good job. We are still waiting for the jury to return.
Because of how I feel
from lunch.
personally. I'm here professionally.
Did you have an opportunity to review any of his records from when he sent in video?
Yeah.
I don't recall that I did. No.
So would it surprise you that the only information in his jail record is that he's anxious?
Not at all.
And defense counsel brought up the fact that he was in a stressful environment at the jail and yet had no issues. Does that surprise you, given his mental performance on your test?
You know, it doesn't surprise me. It tends to suggest to me that he does well in structure, which fits the hypothesis that he struggles in highly intensive, emotionally laden situations.
I guess what I'm getting at though is that this cognitive deficit that has been established. It seems as though it makes its appearance inconsistent. Is that fair?
Not only fair, I in my training come to understand that the hallmark of the expression of brain behavior deficits is inconsistency.
It seems a little coincidental or possibly convenient that the inconsistency also lines up when he's not getting his way.
Well, I think those things are at hand.
Were you hired by the defense?
So I was brought into this case by the defense under a court order to assist with an objective evaluation of Mr. Prado.
Were you paid?
No, I haven't been paid.
Okay. So apart from everything, apart from what the defendant told you, and the little bit of the evidence that you've seen in this case, you haven't received any other literature or any other background information to assist you in reaching any conclusions on the mental, I guess, stability of the defendant.
Yeah, the gravity of this case is obvious. I consulted with two colleagues about my understanding of the data and my formulation.
And you agree with me that everything that we know that he did was a conscious, intentional choice that he made, not one that was something outside of his understanding, correct?
I see no data to controvert that.
So he intentionally chose to grab a gas can and almost set his house on fire. There's nothing that contradicts that.
There's nothing that contradicts that.
There's nothing that contradicts that he intentionally chose to grab magazines out of the back of his car and threaten to get a shootout before the police ever even arrived.
Correct.
There's nothing to contradict that he intentionally chose to go upstairs to his daughter's bedroom and lie in wait and point a firearm at two unsuspecting officers and ambush them and shoot at their chest
Correct.
17 times.
I don't know the number of rounds, ma'am, but I have no reason to doubt that.
Nothing further.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may step down. The rule has been invoked. You know what that means.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Oh, you'll leave the square microphone behind. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll give us 5 minutes.
Okay, if you notice in her court, they wear a lapel mic. Yeah, yes. And you're right, Joe. He has not been paid, but he will be. How much? They didn't ask. I think they dropped the ball. But do you know what? In reality, he's there as an expert witness. They're expected to be paid.
All right.
No shocker.
All right, you may be excused. All right, any objections to the charge?
No, you're. Is that you want to put that on?
Yes.
The one that you gave us this morning.
And counsel, I believe you have it and you want to make your argument about page 6. Yes, page 6. The court will hear your argument.
Judge, the added paragraph about sentences running concurrently is not a statutory.
Okay, June, I don't know what you mean. I'm hearing the news conference. I don't think I have the news conference. I am sharing Judge Boyd right now. Everything else that potentially is up is muted. I'm sorry, I don't know what you are referring to, love. Sorry.
A requirement for a jury charge. It's surplusage in that sense. It's my understanding there's some case law that says it was an error, but that also confirms that it's not a statutory requirement, and we'd ask the court to stick with the required statutory requirements of a jury charge and not include that surplusage.
State.
Your Honor, it's one sentence that, as the court knows and as defense counsel referenced, is perfectly permissible under the law. And in a case like this, where we have two separate victims, two separate cause numbers, I think it's important that the jury understands what they assess and how it will be imposed, so that there is no confusion that if they assess 50 years, that he's going to, on one case, and 10 years on another, he's going to do 60. There should be no confusion. So I think it's important that they understand that these sentences will run concurrent, so that they can assess a punishment that they think fits both of the crimes at the same time.
All right, defense, I'll give you final argument because you have objection. Is there anything else you wish to add?
No, Judge, that's not a statutory crime. I think jury charges should be statutory. Virtually all those other paragraphs are statutory paragraphs, and so it is surplusage. It's not required, and it's not something that is told to be in. That's something they want to add, but there's no legal reason to do it, so we object on that basis.
All right, the objection will be overruled. Each party will have 30 minutes for argument. Do you want a time announcement, counsel?
Yes, please. Can we get a 10-minute mark for us?
10 minutes. And then you.
Okay, so they are, well, I shouldn't have done that. When do we come back?
Permissible under the law. And in a case like this, where we have two separate victims, two separate cause numbers, I think it's important that the jury understands what they assess and how it will be imposed, so that there is no confusion that if they assess 50 years, that he's going to, on one case, and 10 years on another, he's going to do 60. There should be no confusion. So I think it's important that they understand that these sentences will run concurrent, so that they can assess a punishment that they think fits both of the crimes at the same time.
All right, defense, I'll give you final argument because you have objection. Is there anything else you wish to add?
No, Judge, that's not a statutory crime. I think jury charges should be statutory. Virtually all those other paragraphs are statutory paragraphs, and so it is surplusage. It's not required, and it's not something that is told to be in. That's something they want to add, but there's no legal reason to do it, so we object on that basis.
All right, the objection will be overruled. Each party will have 30 minutes for argument. Do you want a time announcement, counsel?
Yes, please. Can we get a 10-minute mark for us?
10 minutes. And then you wanted 10 minutes. Okay. And are you all splitting your time?
Yes.
Okay. Sure.
I just need 1 second. I'm going to get a PowerPoint on the TV.
So, am I understanding we're going into closing arguments for this? No? Yes? Maybe? We got a 10-minute window. Okay. Y'all, I'm going to share this. They are still on lunch break, and it's 12 minutes past. 4:30 Eastern is 2:30 Central. That doesn't make sense. Is it an hour difference now? Because I have 3:42 Central I'm confused, which doesn't take much. Ask Joe Blow. Hey, Joe. Joe. I see it, June. I'm going. Going. Point. I'm getting it. Give me a minute. Yes, I am being snippy. That's okay. I can do that. Okay. I'm going to. Give me a minute.
Breaking news.
Official cause of death has been revealed. And the Robert and Michelle Reiner died from multiple sharp force injuries, according to Los Angeles County Medical Examiner. The ME also noted the manner of death for both Rob and Michelle as homicide. As you know, Rob and Michelle were found on Sunday deceased in their Brentwood home. Rob and Michelle's bodies were found by their daughter Rami, and she told police her brother Nick lived with the parents and was dangerous and should be considered a suspect. I doubt she put the money up for his attorney. Nick was arrested in suspicion of the Red Room of Rod and Michelle. He is being held without bail. His arraignment has been pushed back to January 7th per his attorney Alan Jackson's request. TMZ broke the story. Rob and Nick got into a heated argument on Saturday night at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party, loud enough for others to hear. Rob and Michelle left the party right after the fight. Nick was at the party in a hoodie and was told the way he was dressed and the way he was behaving made it feel like he was out of place there. And at least that's the way the other guests reacted to him. Rob and Michelle's son has been open about his struggles with drug and addiction and even have been homeless at some point in times in his life. In his life. We're done. Yeah, we got the Alamo. You know you're in San Antonio when you get the Alamo. The Alamo. But we don't have the Alamo right now. We don't have anybody right now. And we're still waiting for the verdict. Oh, they're back. They're back. They're back. They're back. 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 They're back. 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 The Alamo Court.
Oh, and Deputy Mejia, do you have the jurors list?
Yep. I don't see it started yet.
Thank you.
I'm at live. I'm on. That's live. Joe, don't you do that. I'm Miss Daughters Republic of Texas. I have a special place at the Alamo. I do. Okie dokie. I know it's
No, they
on the
have to
wall.
we both do it on record. Yes, we're ready.
All right for the hearing.
And Cindy, that square mic there. I got it. No, the other one. Yep. Can you just put it over there? No, over there. All right, everyone, you may be seated. Thanks, Cindy. All right, defense, any other witnesses?
We rather you be a dumbass or a smart ass or a cute ass, but we don't want you to be a fat ass. You started it.
Defense rests, Your Honor.
State, do you close?
Your
Defense, do you close?
Defense closes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you what is entitled the charge of the court. It's the jury charge. You do not have to memorize it. You'll be given the original back when you begin your deliberations. Members of the jury, after argument of counsel, you will retire to the jury room, select your own presiding juror, and begin your deliberations. As instructed herein, you will fill out the appropriate verdict forms that are attached hereto. I will now give you the law and general instructions that apply to these cases. Cause number 2023 CR 11452. The defendant, Jesus Prado, stands charged by indictment in cause number 2023 CR 11452 with the offense of aggravated assault against a public servant alleged to have been committed on or about the 19th day of October 2023 in Bexar County, Texas, as follows. The defendant, Jesus Prado, did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, and Jesus Prado did intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly cause bodily injury to Nicholas Swain by shooting Nicholas Swain with said deadly weapon. And Jesus Prado knew Nicholas Swain was a public servant, namely a peace officer, while Nicholas Swain was lawfully discharging an official duty as a public servant, and in retaliation and on account of Nicholas Swain's exercise of official power and performance of an official duty as a public servant. The defendant,
Wait. Was he a cop?
public servant, alleged to have been committed to these cases. Cause number 2023 CR 11452. The defendant, Jesus Prado, stands charged by indictment in cause number 2023 CR 11452 with the offense of aggravated assault against a public servant alleged to have been committed on or about the 19th day of October 2023 in Bexar County, Texas, as follows. The defendant, Jesus Prado, did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, and Jesus Prado did intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly cause bodily injury to Nicholas Swain by shooting Nicholas Swain with said.
We may have a possible verdict. The clock has stopped. We are really keeping an eye out now.
Deadly weapon. And Jesus Prado knew Nicholas Swain was a public servant, namely a peace officer, while Nicholas Swain was lawfully discharging an official duty as a public servant, and in retaliation and on account of Nicholas Swain's exercise of official power and performance of an official duty as a public servant. The defendant has entered a plea of guilty to the offense of aggravated assault against a public servant as charged in the indictment and cause number 2023 CR 11452. He has persisted in entering his plea of guilty to this offense, notwithstanding that the court, as required by law, has admonished him of the consequences. The court has determined that the defendant is mentally competent and that he makes this plea of guilt freely and voluntarily to the offense of aggravated assault against a public servant as charged in the indictment in cause number 2023 CR 11452. His plea of guilty in cause number 2023 CR 11452 is by the court received. Cause number 2023 CR 11453. The defendant, Jesus Prado, stands charged by indictment in cause number 2023 CR 11453 with the offense of aggravated assault against a public servant alleged to have been committed on or about the 19th day of October 2023 in Bexar County, Texas, as follows. The defendant, Jesus Prado, did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, and Jesus Prado did intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly cause bodily injury to Santiago Vizcarra by shooting Santiago Vizcarra with said deadly weapon, and Jesus Prado knew Santiago Vizcarra was a public servant, namely a peace officer, while Santiago Vizcarra was lawfully discharging an official duty as a public servant and in retaliation and on account of Santiago Vizcarra's exercise of official power and performance of an official duty as a public servant. The defendant has entered a plea of guilty to the offense of aggravated assault against a public servant as charged in the indictment in cause number 2023 CR 11453. He has persisted in entering his plea of guilty to this offense, notwithstanding that the court, as required by law, has admonished him of the consequences. The court has determined that the defendant is mentally competent and that he makes this plea of guilty freely and voluntarily to the offense of aggravated assault against a public servant as charged in the indictment in cause number 2023 CR 11453. His plea of guilty in cause number 2023 CR 11453 is by the court received. You are therefore instructed to find on the verdict forms immediately following this page that the defendant is guilty of the offense of aggravated assault against a public servant as charged in the indictment in cause number 2023 CR 11452, and that the defendant is guilty of the offense of aggravated assault against a public servant as charged in the indictment in cause number 2023 CR 11453. After filling out these two verdict forms, finding the defendant guilty, you will then consider the charge of the court on punishment and proceed with your deliberations on punishment.
Snap. We should have watched
Charge
this
of the
entire trial. Had I known, we would have been watching this. So this guy is charged with shooting police officers.
On punishment. After finding the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment in cause number 2023 CR 11452 and guilty as charged in the indictment in cause number 2023 CR 11453, in accordance with his pleas of guilty, you will now assess his punishment for these offenses. You are instructed that the punishment for aggravated assault against a public servant as charged in the indictment in cause number 2023 CR 11452 and as charged in the indictment in cause number 2023 CR 11453 is confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for life or for any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant at life or any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years in each case. In addition to imprisonment, an individual found guilty of the offense of aggravated assault against a public servant as charged in each indictment and cause number 2023 CR 11452 and cause number 2023 CR 11453 may be punished by a fine not to exceed $10,000. And if you choose to assess a fine in addition to imprisonment, you will assess such fine and so state in your punishment verdict in each case. If you assess a fine, it is not paid to the victim or victims, if any, but is paid into the registry of the court. You are also instructed that the sentences in each case will run concurrently. The defendant has applied on written sworn motion for community supervision, stating, among other things, that he has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state. Community supervision means the placement of a defendant by a court under a continuum of programs and sanctions with conditions imposed by the court for a specified period during which a sentence of imprisonment or confinement, imprisonment and fine, or confinement and fine is probated, and the imposition of sentence is suspended in whole or in part. Our statute provides that where a defendant is found guilty of the offense of aggravated assault against a public servant as charged in each indictment in cause number 2023 CR 11452 and cause number 2023 CR 11453, and the jury assesses the punishment at not more than 10 years, and they further find that the defendant has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, the jury may, within its discretion, recommend community supervision during the good behavior of the defendant. If the jury does recommend community supervision, it will be granted by the court. If you recommend that the defendant be placed upon community supervision, The court shall determine all the conditions of community supervision and may at any time during the period of community supervision alter or modify the conditions. The court may impose any reasonable condition. You may not recommend that part of the period of confinement be served by incarceration and part by community supervision. Should the punishment assessed by you include a fine, a recommendation of community supervision should state whether or not the fine will be paid or be suspended and probated. General instructions. You are instructed that you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone or receive any information from anyone by any means about these cases. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, iPad, tablet, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any social media platform, internet chat room, blog, or website to include, but not limited to, Google, Facebook, MySpace, Instagram, Snapchat, LinkedIn, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, or X to communicate with anyone, any information, or receive any information from anyone about these cases, or to conduct any research about these cases until I accept your verdicts. After you have reached a unanimous punishment verdict in each case, the presiding juror will fill in the appropriate forms attached to this charge and certify to these verdict forms by signing his or her name as presiding juror. If there is any evidence before you that the defendant may have previously committed an act of misconduct other than those for which you have convicted him, you are instructed that this evidence, if any, was admitted to assist you, if it does, in determining what sentence is appropriate in the case at hand. You may consider that evidence in assessing punishment only if you first believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such other act of misconduct, if any. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to whether any other such act of misconduct was committed, or as to whether the defendant was involved in such other act of misconduct, then you will wholly disregard the evidence, if any, which may relate to any such matter. Written statements made by a witness to investigators or other officers, or police reports made by officers and tendered by the prosecution to the defense for purposes of cross-examination are not part of the evidence unless introduced in evidence. Many times, statements in reports may be marked with an exhibit number, but are neither offered nor received in evidence. I can send only statements and reports received in evidence to the jury room. You are instructed that the statements of counsel made during the course of this trial or during the argument, if not supported by evidence or statements of law made by counsel, if not in harmony with the law as stated to you by the court, and these instructions are to be wholly disregarded. You must disregard any comment or statement made by the court during the trial or in these instructions which may seem to indicate an opinion with respect to any fact, item of evidence, or verdict to be reached in each case. No such indication is intended. You are instructed that the defendant may testify on his own behalf if he chooses to do so, but if he elects not to do so, that fact cannot be taken by you as a circumstance against him, nor prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in this trial, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever. During your deliberations in these cases, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you.
Miss Jennifer, how are you today? We need to explain something. We were set up for Ian Mitchum. We did everything we could to get Ian Mitchum. And, well, since I'm live, I can't change. It's very difficult and risky for me to change everything while I'm live. So after the live is over, I'll go back and change it. But what happened, Miss Jennifer King, 1977, is that the judge, or for some reason, they didn't stream it today, which is very disconcerting because we have a history with this court. They go on a sidebar and never come back. Don't tell us. Don't say, hey, we're not going to come back. We're going to send y'all home. We got some legal issues to deal with. They just cut it. They never come back. They'll go to lunch. They'll say, we'll see you at 1:30. And they never come back. Zero communication from the court for us meager people. So today, they said, we'll see you tomorrow. Great. We were waiting. There was no stream whatsoever. So we are in a verdict watch for the Cosmic Filler child killer trial. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here. So we do have a potential verdict. We're waiting for them to come in. I've got 2 feeds up waiting. So zero communication. Didn't even put it out there on any kind of media or nothing, saying, hey guys, sorry about that. Judge is sick. Judge has got a case that's went over. She can't go live today. We're not going live today. What? Not even boo. We're not going live. Ghost town. We got ghosted. A lot of us got ghosted, and we're not happy. And if I had the champagne I was drinking last night, I would be sounding a little different. No, I only had that much, so I didn't get even tipsy. Nope, they didn't come back from lunch yesterday. Zero. That would be nice. But unfortunately, so my apologies, and I will have to change everything. I apologize. But we are waiting for a verdict. The verdict watch has stopped. Clock has stopped. But thank you, Jennifer, for coming in. We appreciate it. We are currently watching Judge Boyd out of San Antonio. Apparently my neighbors are arguing. I think I hear or feel it.
You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with these cases, which is not shown by the evidence. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given the testimony. But you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is herein given to you, and be governed by that law. In order to return a punishment verdict in each case, each juror must agree to that punishment verdict. But jurors have a duty to consult each other and to deliberate with a view to reaching unanimous agreement, if that can be done without violence to individual judgment. A unanimous vote means all 12 jurors must agree. In the course of deliberations, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her own views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is erroneous. However, no juror should surrender his or her honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of his or her fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Under the instructions herein given, it will not be proper for you in determining the penalty to be assessed in each case to fix the same by lot, chance, any system of averages, or any other method than by full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors under the evidence admitted before you. The length of time for which a defendant is imprisoned may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of that law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Suitable forms for your punishment verdicts are attached for your convenience if you care to use them, but they are not intended to suggest to you in any way what your punishment verdict should be. At any rate, each punishment verdict must be in writing and signed by your presiding juror. After you have retired to the jury room, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the deputy who has you in charge. Do not attempt to talk to the deputy or anyone else concerning any question you may have. Instead, address your question to the court in writing. If you want to communicate with the court, notify the deputy. Any and all communication relative to the case must be written, prepared by the presiding juror, and submitted to the court through the deputy. Respectfully submitted, Judge Stephanie Boyd, 187 District Court, Bexar County, Texas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, each party will have 30 minutes to address you with their closing arguments. State, are you prepared to proceed?
Okay. I don't know about Judge Boyd. We'll find out. But I bet you they don't go to jury tonight. It is now 4:09. That will put it at 5:09. That means the jury will come back and deliberate tomorrow.
In the world of Jesus Jesse Prado, he's the victim. He's the victim because his wife was unfaithful to him, and he's the victim because he lost his brother, Noel Cantu. And he's convinced himself that this self-victimization that he's experienced from issues that everybody in this courtroom has experienced, and the story that he is trying to sell to you all, is that his self-victimization justifies the victimization of two innocent San Antonio Police Department officers. And ladies and gentlemen, now the decision is yours, okay? Is this a community that you want to live in, where someone can ambush two police officers and then come into court and ask you to excuse his behavior because he has experienced issues that each and every one of us have gone through? His behavior on that day was inexcusable by law and in this courtroom. And we are going to ask you to hold him accountable with an appropriate punishment verdict in this case. Now, I'm going to talk to you all about the charge of the court. So when you retire to the jury room, you'll have a copy of the charge with you, and you are instructed to find the defendant guilty on the verdict form. So for the first cause, the cause ending in 5-2, you're instructed to find the defendant guilty on the verdict form on page 4. And then for the cause number ending in 5-3, you're instructed to find him guilty on page 5. And that is
Okay. I would be objecting here because that's not what they're instructed to do. Find him guilty or not guilty. But she's on the guilty side of the boat. But I wouldn't like that if I was the defense.
due to his plea of guilty that he made before you all in open court at the
Okay.
start of this case.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, we have just started watching this the last hour. So he pled guilty, so they have to find him guilty. All right, we're good.
Now, I want to be clear to you all. The defendant's plea of guilty is tactical, okay? It's not him
We do not have a verdict. The time clock has continued. 6 hours, 33 minutes, and we're at 10 seconds.
taking accountability. If you look at all of the evidence that the state has presented to you over the past week, it is undisputed, the acts that occurred, okay? And so just as he presented himself as a tactical expert and wanted to comment on the tactics of the police officers that he ambushed on that day, that is a tactical decision that he has made, knowing that he is going to come to you all and ask for probation or a light prison sentence. And you all need to take that under consideration in your deliberations. Now, after you fill out the verdict forms finding him guilty, you're going to move to the charge of the court on punishment. And the range of punishment in each cause is 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. He is eligible for probation in each cause because he's never been convicted of a felony. Okay, but we're going to talk about that. First, you must know that the sentences that you assess against this defendant are, by operation of law, going to run concurrently. So what that means is that they will run at the same time. If you assess a punishment of 60 years for his conduct against Officer Swain and 60 years for his conduct against Officer Vizcarra, he is going to be serving one prison sentence of 60 years because the time is going to run at the same time. Now, in the charge of the court, it says the jury may, within its discretion, recommend community supervision. To do so, to assess community supervision in this case, you would have to assess his punishment. So that means the punishment that you would want him to receive if he was placed on probation and messed up, okay? You would have to assess punishment between 5 to 10 years in prison and grant his application. And you all have no say in the conditions or the term that he's going to be on probation. You only have a say in that underlying sentence, should he mess up. And so this is severely limiting you regarding the range of punishment, because the full range is not on the table anymore. So we know that he has already committed these heinous acts. And so you would have to find that what he did to Officer Swain and Officer Vizcarra is only worth a second shot out in our community. And then if he messes up his second shot, he's only going to face 10 years in prison. Ladies and gentlemen, that is highly unreasonable. And so let's just consider what that would look like should you grant his community supervision application. One, it means that he's going to be released back into our community. He may have to report to a probation officer monthly. He's may be ordered to not possess firearms, but you heard the testimony of Dara Salazar. There's no way to really enforce that. If he's caught with it, he's caught with it, but there's no one that's going to go ensure that he's not possessing those firearms. There's been no testimony about substance abuse issues, so that's not a term that would likely be assessed against him, okay? He may not qualify for the mental health inpatient treatment, and possibly there could be a no contact order with Officer Swain and Vizcarra. And should the defendant violate this second chance, the state must prove the allegations in a hearing before the judge, and the maximum punishment for a second chance on a heinous offense would be an underlying set by you, and the maximum could only be 10 years. That's unreasonable. I want to impart on you all that probation is totally reactionary, okay? There is nothing that probation can do. There's no condition that they can set to ensure that the acts that occurred on October 19th of 2023 won't happen again.
True.
The evidence that you all have seen in this case does not support a prison sentence of 5 to 10 years, and it definitely does not support a recommendation of community supervision.
True.
There is only one way to ensure that the defendant does not have access to firearms or does not have the ability to cause harm in our community. And that
Throw him in the slammer. That's what she wants to say.
That is for you all to deny his application for community supervision and sentence him to a lengthy prison sentence. The goal in your punishment assessment needs to be to protect our community, our law enforcement officers, and the victims that are listed in the indictment, Officer Swain and Officer Vizcarra. And I want you all to recall the testimony of Officer Swain and Officer Vizcarra. Okay, they're both back on the police force. They're both back out there responding to calls for service and helping and protecting our community. There's only one way to ensure that the defendant does not run into them again. There's only one way to ensure that they're not dispatched to his house if he messes up, if you give him a second chance. There's only one way that Officer Swain can ensure to his son that his life is not ever going to be at the hands of that defendant sitting over there. And that is for you all to send him to prison. Provide their families this peace of mind. Regarding the acts of misconduct, we have proven them beyond a reasonable doubt. And these acts of misconduct, that slap of Monet, they've been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, he admitted it to his own daughter. And we've kind of heard some, well, it wasn't, it was just the backhand. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a violation of law. Okay, it's a pattern of escalating behavior, of him not getting what he wants and lashing out at people. Now, you are the exclusive judges of the facts proven, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to the testimony. And so I want you all to think about all of the witnesses that you've heard testify on behalf of defense over the past 2 days. Okay, they all had some deep-rooted relationship to the defendant, though the defendant did hide many parts of himself to all of those witnesses. And so you need to think about the motive that they have to take the stand and testify on his behalf. If you think about the testimony of his sister, she didn't even want to concede that slapping someone was a bad act. Is that testimony that you should take under advisement? You're the judge of that. But regarding parole, okay, you may consider the existence of it. Now, the defendant's length of the sentence may be reduced by parole being awarded. Now, he would have to serve half of his prison term before he became eligible to apply for parole. So should you assess a sentence of 60 years in this case, he would be able to apply for parole at 30 years. He may or may not get it. We cannot accurately determine what the parole board is going to do, okay?
Fair enough.
Now, you've heard testimony from many witnesses that you cannot judge someone by the actions that they take
10 minutes
on the worst day of their life. And I submit to you that you can, because if you look at the acts of this defendant on the worst day of his life compared to the acts of the officers, that day was the worst day of their life, having to be in the hospital and get treated. And what did they do? They buckled up, they strapped in, and they went back out there to protect our community. Now it is your time to protect them. Your Honor, I'm in reserve.
Defense.
There is no excuse for what Jesse did, and he is not the victim in this case. And no one that we brought here today to testify, or yesterday as well, said otherwise. Jesse did what he did, and there is no excuse for it. There is no justification. Officer Swain, Officer Vizcarra, his family, their families in that neighborhood, they're the ones that have to recover after this. There's no doubt about that. No one here is suggesting otherwise. The reason we are here is because Jesse has taken accountability. He has taken responsibility for what happened. He did when it happened in the interview with the detective, and he did when he pled guilty to y'all, the members of the jury. 12 members were going to decide his fate. That's why we're here. And when it comes to assessing his punishment, yes, you're going to have to consider those horrible actions that he made on the worst day of his life. Absolutely, because there has to be punishment for that. We are also asking you to consider the 40 years prior that Jesse Prado lived until that moment, because that day was one day. And the bad acts that the state's referring to all happened within a calendar year, 9-month period, after finding out that his wife had an affair on him and was trying to leave him. That's the frame in which this time exists. Before I go on, I want to also go over some of the jury charge as well. Megan went over some of the stuff that I was going to talk to y'all about regarding the probation. Just to reiterate, probation is on the table because Jesse has no prior felony convictions, and in fact, he's never been arrested before in his entire life until this day. And that's what the Texas legislature, who is not friendly to criminal defendants, has decided, knowing that this was a possibility, that somebody who shot a police officer could be eligible for probation. That was the Texas legislature's decision. And so that is why it is in front of you. And so look, we get that for not for everyone, probation would be on the table for a case like this. That's why we talked about it so much during jury selection. And y'all made it onto this jury because y'all answered that you could consider probation if appropriate in certain circumstances. So that is why it is here. That is why it is on the table. Regarding the prior bad acts, Megan's right. They have to prove them to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Anything that's not pled guilty to by Jesse or found guilty to during a trial, you have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the state in order to consider it against Jesse. And the slap, yes, that is undisputed. That is undisputed. That has been proven. And again, January of 2023, month that he found out that his wife had an affair. Not an excuse, but the context of which this happened. It's undisputed. But regarding a lot of the other stuff we talked about during the trial, there is some dispute. I want to focus in a little bit on one of them, which is regarding this attempted arson. You heard from an arson investigator in this case. And that was probably really the only witness where things got even like a little contentious with regards to our questioning of him. And the reason is because he was talking about absence of evidence, not meaning the see, I'm switching up my own words here. The fact that there wasn't physical evidence, he was saying wasn't proof that there wasn't evidence. And I want to refer you to specifically a lab report where there was not gasoline found on the entryway into the residence of Jesse's house. And he said, well, that doesn't mean that there wasn't any gasoline there. That's what their detective or investigators said regarding arson. That's a scientific conclusion that he just disregarded. And so with regards to attempted arson, yes, there was evidence that there was gasoline on the driveway, in the garage, and there was testimony that by Monette, that Jesse at some point went down with a lighter, and she said she kicked it out of his hands before he could light the ground, right? That was the evidence regarding attempted arson. But as Mr. Acevedo was trying to point out to the investigator, there was really no evidence regarding Jesse's state of mind, the intent behind it, okay? So again, that's something the state had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt before you can consider that against Jesse in this case. And regarding some of the other facts that happened on the day they were all here for, there's been a lot of discussion about a 911 call. And you have the 911 call in evidence. And you can listen to it back in the jury room. And most of what's on that 911 call, you can hear crystal clear, okay? But then there's this discussion about what does Jesse say at a certain point. They say he says shoot or shoot out or something to that effect. And the Detective Soto, said he's 100% sure. He told you 100%. But that's what Jesse says. Go back and listen to that. Because it's not clear what he says exactly. It isn't. And on that note, go back and watch Officer Fiscara's body worn cam. Because when they first show up to the scene, they are walking towards the residence. And he says, or one of the officers say, do you smell it? They smell the gasoline. And then as they're starting to walk towards the residence, they turn around because Monette's coming. And they talk to Monette. And in that moment, there's no mention he said he's going to have a shootout. She never tells them that's what Jesse told her. The only mention of weapons that comes up is when, I believe it was Officer Fiscara, asks Monette, does he have any weapons? And she says yes. And that is the only time weapons are mentioned to any of the first responding officers. It's not mentioned on the incident detail report that they had when they were going to the scene. And it's not mentioned by Monette to the 911 operator. And it's not mentioned by Monette to the officers on scene when they first arrived. And so it begs the question, was something, and Monette doesn't mention it to the detective when he interviews her. She admitted that on the stand. I never said it to the detective. And it begs the question is, why didn't she say it if it happened? And again, like, the fact that she didn't say it is not to say that she could have prevented what happened. I'm not saying that. But they focused a lot on that shootout to try and say that Jesse planned this, that he was intending to do this for at least minutes leading up to it. But that is not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Another thing that came up was a jail call. Okay. And you heard the jail call. It was between Jesse and his best friend, JP Carrasco, who testified as well. And this mentioned by Jesse that he's $1 million weapon. Okay. You've heard the testimony that his bond was set at $1 million. And JP's opinion regarding that was that Jesse was trying to cheer him up, because that was something that he would do oftentimes, especially given that situation where JP is calling him for the first time since this all happened. And it's several weeks later. The reason I mentioned that, though, besides to say that's what Jesse was intending in that phone call, not to make light of the situation, but to cheer his friend up, is that Jesse's been in custody for over 2 years. He's made thousands of jail calls. They brought you one jail call where they're trying to imply a lack of remorse on his part. The district attorney's office is more than just these two prosecutors, who are incredible prosecutors who presented a case to you over the past week or so with all this evidence and all this testimony, with the support of investigators and paralegals and other prosecutors who probably worked on this case before they did. They brought you one jail call with the thousands of jail calls that were available for a reason, because that's all there was.
Check to facts, not an evidence, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, you remember the evidence as it's been received?
What I mean is there was
So love her. She's such a clean judge. Very pleasant. This is what I got to say. So nice about it. What am I hearing? Are y'all hearing another feed? Oh, that's coming from Long Crime, Verdict Watch. Oh my gosh. Okay, that makes sense.
nothing so egregious that Jesse's ever said on a jail call that was worthy of bringing you. And that's consistent. The reason I mention is that's consistent with what we know about Jesse Prado. That he's lived a life of 40 years, not getting in trouble, not being a gangster, not being a career criminal, not being somebody who hurts people. He's been a good man for 40 years. And that has to mean something, ladies and gentlemen. That has to mean something. That is the core question of this case. There's been discussion about closed doors and what happens behind closed doors, because not everyone who knew Jesse saw him behind closed doors. That's definitely true. Monette definitely saw him behind closed doors for the 20 years they were together. And what did she tell you? That until January 2023, there had been no domestic violence.
10 minutes.
That there had been no real issues in their marriage that ever got to this level. And besides, as she described it, arguing with bills and so on, for 20 years, behind closed doors, Jesse was the same man that all of his family, all of his friends, all of his neighbors, the jail guard, they all told you he was. That is consistent with his character. And there's no doubt y'all have an incredibly difficult decision in front of you. And when it comes to the reasons that we punish, we talked about it during voir dire: retribution, rehabilitation, deterrence. You should consider all of those in making your decision. You should consider all of those when you're thinking about what kind of message do I want to send to the community? Because I anticipate the state's going to get up here and they're going to tell you to send a message to the community that you back law enforcement. And absolutely, that's a message you probably should send. But another message you should send is that in Bexar County, we consider not just the worst time, the worst decision, the worst point of someone's life, that we also consider everything leading up to it and the man that somebody was before we throw him away and lock up the key. I ask that you consider both when you assess Jesse Prado's punishment.
All right, state.
Judge, I reserve the rest of the time for Mr. Acevedo.
All right, thank you.
May I go, Judge?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
You have 18 minutes, counsel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I do want to thank you for your time. I asked you to listen to the whole case, not just the first few days. Jesse, thanks you for your time. This is Judgment Day for him. And I tell you, this has been a difficult case for me. And I do like to talk to jurors in closing. I'm the older man in this courtroom now because I've been doing this for 31 years, seen a lot of trials. I've represented police officers in their criminal cases. I've represented people who have been accused of hurting police officers. And I'm telling you, this case has been really difficult for me. Because the problem with this case is that I have somebody that I have figured out over the last 2 years is a really good man. He really is. He really is. And I'm going to talk about that. And he did something really bad. I have family that's law enforcement too. I do back the blue. Now I also check them as a defense lawyer. I mean, I've caught police officers lying and things like that. But I understand the bravery it takes to go to a call. I understand the bravery it takes for their brothers to do extractions when there's a gunman who has not been apprehended. I understand all that. That's why it's so damn tough. You know, this in a punishment trial, this is what the state's supposed to do. It's 404B, it's the legal term. This is a chance for them that, you know what, we're going to tell this jury about every bad thing your client has done. He was a teenager, he broke into a house, and then he got into bar fights and he, used drugs, he sold some drugs, or, whatever the case may be. Like 404B is what punishment is usually about, because the crime gets presented in the trial, and then we tell you, like, this guy's a bad guy, this is what we need to do. And believe me, we've seen some bad guys. We have. I've seen people that are sociopaths. I've seen people that were mean. I've seen people that the community really needs protecting from. And the problem with this damn case is that Jesse isn't that guy. He isn't. And what do I mean by that? What's the point I'm trying to make about that? There's not one person who could say a bad thing about Jesse in this entire trial, besides, the obvious thing we're here for that he's pled guilty to. The shooting is horrible. I'm saying outside of that, and then the marital relationship for that year where, okay, there's this one slap with the infidelity, and then those real ugly comments that Bonut says he made all during the time of the 18th and 19th when he's having this breakdown. Because the truth of the matter is, there's not one person who can say he's ever been mean in his life. The only things that we've heard, and they're uncontested, and believe me, with the team the DA has, the biggest law firm in San Antonio, they can go under every rock. The only thing we know about Jesse is that he's hardworking, he's kind, he's friendly, he's generous, he's loving to his girls and to his wife. He's dedicated, he's faithful, he's supportive of his sons, or his son and his best friend JP. He's been a firefighter, he's been a first responder, he supports his military son, he supports his military best friend. Like every single bit of evidence about who this man is for those first 20 million minutes of his life, 40 years, was that he did everything right. A blue collar guy who was trying to make it up in the world and went from the trailer up to the suburbia neighborhood house that he had to work his ass off to get to. But he did it with a loving family, a loving wife, faithful man, not one single problem in his life. Not one person who could say those first 40 years of his life he ever did anything bad. I've never seen a trial where somebody did something bad and nobody could say anything bad about him up until the divorce, the infidelity, and the shooting. Not one thing. That's why it gets me so frustrated. Because what do we do? I know they're going to ask for a big sentence because this is You know, Joe Gonzalez, our DA, they do press conferences, police officers got shot. This is gonna happen, like, protect our community, big sentence. But I try to look at it in a bigger picture. Because there's no excuse for the damage that was caused. I wish there's something I could do to have changed it. You know, if there's a case where I wish I had a time machine, I wish I could go back and stop all this from happening. Because none of it was good. None of it was needed. None of it was really wanted. Madison talked about this perfect storm, and that's kind of how I see it. Because everything kind of went bad for Jesse in a way where I think his control over it was kind of limited. Because a person that has never done a bad thing in his life, who has been, like I said, just outwardly friendly. I mean, I'm not friendly in the grocery store. If I saw you in the grocery store, not knowing you, I'm not going to come up to you and start a friendly conversation. It's not my personality. I'm a serious guy. I love my family. I do things like that. But when Jesse's training, whether it be military guys in the oil fields, or whether it be guys to get out of prison, because the oil fields have everybody, especially when the money's good. And his trainees say, I want to be like you, Jesse Prado. Those are the stories that we hear about him over and over and over again. And then he found himself in this position. I wish I had a better explanation for it. I do, because it doesn't make any sense. And if somebody's saying that he hadn't had 20 millions of a really good life with really good behavior, full of love and everything else, they're lying to you. So we get to this year. And, I appreciate Dr. Jumis. He was court appointed by the court. I mean, per my request, I asked for him. He got appointed by the court to do this evaluation. And, he's an honest guy. I've known him for 15, 20 years. And I think a lot of what he says is absolutely true. There's the trauma of his brother. Depression by itself doesn't generally bring on violence. That's all true. I mean, suicide, but it doesn't make you go out and hurt people generally. And so then there's the issue of what he called the cascading of bad things, in his life with his wife, Monette, and the idea of like losing everything, being behind on the mortgage, feeling depressed, being, strung along in this back and forth with Monette, where he's like, yeah, let's make this work. And then it kind of going back and forth and not working. The separation, having the pressure of mortgage payments behind. The behavior a week before where now he starts calling into work, which is as unlike anything possible with Jesse as anything. I mean, the one thing that man was crazy about was working. That's what he did. There's just no dispute about that. And so something's going on. There was some kind of mental break because there was no reason to shoot these police officers. There was no rational reason for it. And I have a spot in my mind because I've seen so many people with all different kinds of mental health issues. Just Texas doesn't do a good job. Society doesn't do a good job of trying to find resources for people that are having crisis. And in crisis, bad things can happen. But there's such a big difference when it's a bad person who's not having a crisis. But there's some people who just don't care whether they hurt somebody else. There's some people that don't think it's wrong to assault a police officer. I mean, there's so many things that exist in the world that don't exist at this table over here. And so, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do if there was a perfect storm and a good person did something really bad? Well, falls on y'all. I can certainly give my opinion for whatever that's worth. I've seen a lot. Is this a max case? And understand the law is 60 to 99. Okay, that's all the same. So the punishment range is kind of 5 to 10 for probation, 5 to 99 for the punishment. But understand 60 to all the way to 99 or life is the same. So 60 on up is the max. That's the max. And so if you think of that line of 60 to the max, it means you're going to be in prison for minimum 30 years, probably significantly longer than that. And so this is where I ask for perspective. 10 years in prison is a long time. People don't get rehabilitated in prison, in my experience. They don't offer mental health treatment. They don't offer medical treatment. It is a place for punishment and to house people that can't be safe in society.
Your Honor, that's all facts, not an evidence.
Overruled.
And so, it's hard time. It's hard time. We can throw people away. We throw some people away.
Don't do the crime if you can't do the time.
And I'm asking you not to throw Jesse away because this case is different. It really is different. A 60-year sentence or anything above that is pretty much a life sentence to him where he'll be expected to die in prison most likely. You have to understand, like, even a 30-year sentence, okay, well, that kind of takes him to his life expectancy. So a 30-year sentence can be a near life. The average age for a man in the United States to die at, I think, is 74, right around there somewhere. And do I think a life sentence is appropriate for Jesse? I don't. I'm going to ask you to consider not doing anything in that realm, considering the fact that his life has been a very good one, not just a normal good one, but a very good one. The 20-year mark for him kind of puts him to that Social Security age. 10 years is hard time. He is eligible for probation for a reason because he's had the circumstances of his life give him that opportunity. But the only people that can give that to him is him. I have seen probation help a lot of people. Probation can help people. And as far as whether or not the prosecutors think probation can be safe for somebody, this judge is a no-nonsense judge. She has that reputation. She's actually one of the judges in charge of the mental health court. She's as familiar as anybody in the courthouse with mental health conditions and the programs. She has the ability to put people on monitor. She has the ability to put people in jail whenever she wants if they're on probation. She has the ability, and this one's automatic. The firearm thing, he's a convicted felon as soon as you sign that jury form. At that point, if he gets caught with a firearm, he's committing a serious felony and he's not eligible for probation from a jury on something like that. So it's absolutely 100% a condition that you can't have a firearm while you're on probation. And he would be a convicted felon. That would be a separate crime. Can they check on him? Yeah, they can check on him. They can do house visits. They can do weekly reporting. They can do monthly reporting. This judge can put him in mental health treatment. Those are things that can help him. Dr. Dumas is absolutely right. Would further evaluation help him? Would treatment help him? Are there programs that can help him come back into society in a fruitful way and be a productive member of society? That's the possibility. And don't misunderstand too that if you give them a chance like that, the judge of the court, in his case decided the 187th, upon any violation, can sentence him to prison if it's 10 years probated. And again, 10 years is a long time. It is.
Oh, counsel, let me pause you just one moment. Do you need water or anything?
I have water. It's that cough.
Do you need a cough drop?
Lots of cough drop. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. You may continue. Sorry for the interruption.
See what I mean? She is all knowing in that courtroom. She looks like she's not paying attention, but let me tell you, that woman is, I've never seen a judge that attentive to their jury. Love her.
If anybody needs to pause, just please stop me and we can take care of anything you need. I do believe in second chances. I do. I've seen too many success stories not to. The thing about a second chance is if you don't take advantage of it, you go right into prison. I have seen people waste their second chance and they do time. That happens too. But I can tell you on paper, Jesse's one of those guys that has a much higher chance of success. And how do you know that? Well, we talked about the first 20 million minutes of his life. We can talk a little bit about the last 2 million minutes of his life, because these last 2 years in jail, I have never had a jail guard come testify for an inmate. 31 years. 31 years.
Good point.
It is virtually impossible to do 2 years in administrative segregation without a write-up, because the conditions are just horrible.
All right, that'll be overruled.
It's just not common. You're living in a cell half the size of this jury box, a bunk bed, a toilet, and a metal desk, all metal, all stainless steel metal.
He's not doing a bad job, but I just want to go, wah!
I mean, it is
Just
what it
saying.
is. It's miserable conditions. It's only for a very small percentage of the jail population. But he's been in that psychologically tough situation for 2 years because of the nature of his charge and how high his bonds were. So it's kind of automatic for him. And I understand he put himself there. I'm not trying to apologize for that. But what I'm saying is, if you can exist in those conditions for 2 years with a single write-up, where even a sheriff's deputy comes and testifies on your behalf, like, yeah, this guy, not a problem, completely compliant. That's how you know that that first 40 years was sincere. It was right. When I tell you he's a good man, I'm not lying. I mean, he is. And when I tell you that these officers didn't deserve it, I mean that too. It's why I don't like this case. I mean, it really is. Because, like, yeah, it shouldn't have happened. Good people should not have done a bad thing. They shouldn't have had to suffer for it. And, you know, it would have been so much better if he could have gotten a little.
Breaking news. 1 hour ago. Student has died after being stabbed with scissors during the classroom fight at Ross S. Sterling High School in Baytown. Police say 2 boys started fighting around 10:42 a.m. on Wednesday when a student was stabbed by the other. The injured student was life-flighted to the hospital, but weather prevented the helicopter from landing at the school. The student was taken by ambulance to Baytown Airport and flown from there. The district later confirmed that he had died. The campus was briefly placed on hold, and the hold has been lifted. What the freak? This has got to stop. I'm getting pissed. Parents, when your children are wee ones, you are not their best friend. Teach them how to handle conflict. Teach them how to resolve conflict. Teach them how to be able to disagree and not use physical violence to solve the problems. I got to be honest. Parents don't punish. Parents do not take this seriously enough. Putting them in front of a video game or a TV and letting them do whatever they want. They get mad. You tell them no. They storm off, throw their butts around, go plug into a TV or a video game is not teaching them how to handle their emotions and anger. Y'all, get back to the freaking basics as a parent. I'm tired of it. It is our responsibility as parents to teach our children how to handle their emotions, how to behave, how to have a conflict and not kill someone. I'm done. So tired of this crap.
Bit of help if they just to figure out when he felt that cascading loss, that feeling of losing everything, as Monette said, snapped, or as Madison said, a perfect storm of just problems that fell them in the wrong time. There is some hope. There's some hope. Do I worry about him being a danger in the future? I don't. I really don't. And that's partly experience. I mean, knock on wood, it's the same kind of feeling where I don't think I'm going to find any kind of serious trouble in my life at my age. I'm pretty confident. Now, can anything happen? Yeah, anything can happen. But I'm as confident about Jesse as I am about myself, getting to know him, the history. It's too different. It's too different from the average to below average person when it comes to criminal intent.
3 minutes.
And criminal intention. And that's what I'm asking you to consider. I have seen people get thrown away in this system. Some people deserved it. But, you know, if you do this long enough, you're going to see some injustice. And I don't know how to portray this case to you because it's as simple as I said to start. Man, this is a hard one. It really is. It's hard. I don't like it. I don't like having to argue. Like, look at their wishes. I really don't. I wish that it never happened. Really
Quit sounding like a baby,
wish it had never happened.
in my humble opinion.
And what do we do with him now? I'm arguing to you. I'm suggesting to you that if you gave him 10 years probated, having known he's already served 2 years and 2 months of virtual solitary confinement in harsh conditions and with zero problems, that it gives you some solace that he can make it. There's evidence that he can make it and he can follow the rules and do what he needs to do. He'll always be a convicted felon. He'll never be able to own guns again legally in Texas.
And that's fine.
To be possessed one at all on any level. And I understand, like, you know, some people might feel that's okay and some people might not. That's why
I
we have
do.
12 jurors, you know, to consider all these things. But if you feel it's something that's appropriate, we'll explain it, argue it. The jury charge tells you to hold on to your convictions if you think something like that's appropriate. If you don't think that's appropriate, well, then what's the number? You know, do we throw him away forever? You know, do we give it the 30 years, puts him at his life expectancy? 20 years puts him at Social Security age. 10 years gives him some years where maybe he could see his youngest daughters, you know, get married or get their professions. I just don't think a person with this kind of history and this history of good character outside of one very isolated incident is a case where it's anywhere near a maximum sentence. That's why he's probation eligible, because the guy has had pretty exemplary life outside of this horrible thing that happened. So that's what I'm going to ask you to consider. Melissa's a good prosecutor. She's going to present, you know, the horror of the case. You know, I can't respond to anything he says. Like, I have to sit down and she gets the last word, which I never thought was really fair, but that's the way it works in Texas in this system. I just ask that you consider, like, yeah, what would the defense have to say about that? Because, like, yes, we agree it's all horrible, and you can play it, and you can show clips of the blood and the guts, and it's all true. We're not hiding from that. But Jesse gave himself up. I mean, he shot for about 15 or 20 seconds, and that's the damage done to the officer. There were 2 shots later at the car. In the end, I don't know how significant that is. But it was that 1 minute that damage was done. That was the minute. All the bad talk before, that was all part of the mental breakdown, because all those messages and the stuff about the daughters who he adores and has never come close to hurting his entire life was all part of the distress, the mental breakdown. And I'm just going to ask that you consider that and find it for what it's worth. And thank you for your attention.
All right, State, you may proceed.
I want to make sure I could
Sure.
set up now.
Yeah, we're 7, almost 1.5 hours into deliberation.
And may I have a 5-minute one?
Yes. And you have 19 minutes and 40 seconds.
Down to the second judge. Oh, I love this. Listen, a friend just sent this. Hiking in your 60s is a great way to meet people. Today, I met 2 paramedics, 3 nurses, a cardiologist, and I nearly met Jesus. My hearing aids are wigging. That's why I'm struggling to speak.
In my opening statement, I told you that you were going to hear that Jesse Prado is a man who, when he's faced with the greatest adversity, instead of finding a healthy way to deal with it, he lashes out and he blames others. And that 911 call is a perfect example, because you can see that all Monette wants is to walk away. She doesn't want to have the conversation that she's had with him over and over again. And last time I checked, she's allowed to decide she does not want to be married to him anymore. But that made him mad. He wasn't getting his way. And so he took a gas can and then tried to light his house on fire instead of in front of his daughters. And then you can hear him on that 911 call say, "You did this. You fucking did this." And then he did this and this. And he didn't do it to them because of anything that they did to him. And it has nothing to do with the loss of his brother. I don't doubt that that was hard on him. And I am sorry to him and his family that they lost Wedo. I am. I'm sure that was hard on him. But it was 2 years before this happened. This
Good
had
point.
nothing to do with a car accident that he was in over 16 years ago. This was because he was upset that Monette was leaving and he wasn't getting his way. And if he is capable of doing that to these officers who were just there doing their job, what risk does that put the rest of us in if he is out in society? What risk does he pose to the community if he can jump to this? Because he is experiencing the same stressors and the same hardships that we all experience every day. A person who can do that does not deserve probation or a low prison sentence. So let's talk about why. What did the defense bring you in their case? Did anybody that testified for the defendant say he actually felt bad? No. They said he knows what he did was wrong. They said he's a good guy. But no one actually said he felt bad about doing it. The only time we get anywhere close to remorse is when he is in the interview with Detective Martinez and he tells Detective Martinez, "My fight wasn't with them. I messed up." But he follows that up with, "If they hadn't approached me wrong, we wouldn't be here. They approached me wrong. They took tactical positions on me. That upset me." He never said he felt threatened or in fear for his life. He was upset. That's not accountability. That's not remorse. That's more victim blaming. And unless we think he's never going to get upset again in his life, he is a danger to the community. They brought up his lack of criminal history. But doesn't that make what he did all the more alarming? He is a bomb that went off and caused mass destruction. And what's more scary about that is the reason he went off are the same stressors that affect every one of us every day. There was no unusual occurrence that brought this on. These are normal everyday things that we all have to figure out how to cope with. We don't get to run around hurting people and then say, "Oh, I've been having a hard time, so, let me back out and I'll try to do better." Believe me, everybody said they never thought he could ever do this. His sister swore on her life. I would have sworn on my life he would have never done this. And then he did. So she can't swear on her life now, he never will again. They said he admitted to what he did. He's here taking responsibility. But is he? Really? I told you in my opening, you were going to hear that he admitted to what he did. But only as much as he had to. Because the writing was on the wall. You can see on that video, he only stops shooting at them because Officer Viscara shoots back. He has to take cover, so he can't continue shooting. And then when Officer Viscara is safely inside, he chooses to shoot 2 more times. He is brazen enough to shoot 2 more times. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Acevedo that doesn't really tell us anything, that he shot at Monette's engine block. Because he saw the cavalry coming, and he still shot 2 more times. And I want you to think about him shooting Monette's car, because he told Detective Martinez, "My fight wasn't with them." No, his fight was with Monette. So him shooting at her car is what, a metaphor? because he would rather be targeting her. She is who his fight was with. So if we would not excuse him doing this to her, if we would not excuse him or put him on probation or give him a slap on the wrist for shooting the mother of his children because she's the one who his fight was with, we absolutely should not consider it for shooting two innocent officers who were just there to help. He did not own up to what he did. Not unequivocally, not without reservation, because he blames them, and he blames Monette, and he blames the hardships in his life, because he's got to be the victim. And you know, his taking accountability wasn't entirely sincere, because he wasn't honest with the detectives in that interview. He told them, I was going to come out and talk to them. I only pulled out my rifle and did what I did because they pulled out a rifle on me. They approached me wrong. But that is crap. And you know that from that 911 call. I beg you, go back there and listen to it and put on headphones, because you can hear him say, you call the cops on me, I'm going to be in a shootout. And you know that it's true because Monette told Carol and Carol told y'all that Monette told her Jesse threatened to be in a shootout. There was a lot going on. I think it's totally understandable that that's a piece of information that Monette might have forgotten to tell the detectives in the multitude of other things that she had to tell them. But Carol told them that Monette told her, and then Carol came and told you. And then that is corroborated by the fact that Monette told you she saw Jesse getting magazines out of the back of his car and going inside and locking himself in before the police ever arrived. He was preparing for this shootout. That's backed up by the evidence. Now, defense wanted to cross-examine Monette and try to get her to say, well, couldn't he have just been saying that he was shutting his lift gate on the back of his car? Well, no, because when the police get there, the lift gate is open. So you know that's not what he was saying. And before the police got there, when they're fighting in the driveway, the lift gate is down. So you know he said, I'm going to be in a shootout. And what Monette told you is true. So he did not own up to what he did. He's doing more victim blaming, more pointing the finger at other people, because he doesn't want to take accountability for what he did. Then he brought multiple people to talk about his character. And ladies and gentlemen, I think it's pretty clear across the board, from the friends who kind of only know him from the neighborhood or through Facebook, as well as his own family. They didn't know him. They didn't know what he was capable of. They didn't know what was inside of him. But we know now. And they also brought you the jail guard to say he's been a good guy in the jail the last couple of years. But ladies and gentlemen, the last couple of years he's been in there, he's had 5 to 99 hanging over his head. So of course he's going to be on his best behavior. That is not the best metric for you to decide whether he is going to be a productive and safe member of society when he gets back out into the free world, because he's in ad seg the majority of the time. He's not exposed to the same kinds of stressors that he had to deal with and would continue to have to deal with if he were to be released out into society. That's not a fair way to measure how he's going to behave when he's out in the free world. No matter how much his family loves him or thinks that he has done good things, been a good guy in the past, it cannot undo what we now know he is capable of. They told you that he's the kind of guy that would give anybody the shirt off his back. They said that multiple times. But look at what he did to their shirts. Look at what he did to Officer Viscara's shirt and Officer Swain's shirt. If he hadn't been wearing that vest, his shirt would have been destroyed. That vest and that body cam, these are the only reasons that we're not here for a capital murder. Because he's lucky. This isn't because he didn't try. It's because he's lucky. And because Officer Swain had the strength of character to save his own life, and because of all the medical personnel who intervened to save his life. They also brought up the car accident, the head trauma. Dr. Dumas testified. He can't tell you why he might have some decision-making issues based on that testing, but he also can't tell you how bad that is. He said the one test he gave him was one small facet of a person's decision-making ability. And on that one test, he did bad. But that's not the whole story. He didn't do all the testing. And so he's a bad decision maker. He also couldn't tell you if that's something that came as a result of a head injury or if he was born with it. Are we supposed to bear the burden of him being a bad decision maker and just hope and pray that he doesn't lash out at somebody else the next time life gets hard? That cannot be the kind of society that we want to live in. That can't be the kind of message that we want to send to the community. The car accident was 16 years ago, and there's no evidence that there's been any intervening trauma since. And his son and Monette, who know him better than anybody, said after those accidents, he was fine. They never saw any personality issues, no problems with him regulating his emotions or handling hard things, making decisions. He was fine. We don't see this kind of behavior until he doesn't get his way. Even the loss of his brother didn't precipitate this. This all came down to Monette, which boils down to his ego. His ego. He was upset that Monette was leaving him. And Detective Soto even told you that in the interview, you see his arrogance shine through. He says, they had bad tactics. They shouldn't have approached me like they did. They were sloppy. And he also said, bless you, Aaron.
Excuse me, sorry.
Okay. He said they had bad tactics. He said they were sloppy. And he said that they shouldn't have approached him like they did. He's blaming them because of his arrogance. That's what this boils down to. He doesn't like that he was told no. He thinks he's $1 million weapon. You heard that on that jail call. And they want to say that that was him trying to convince JP that he's okay, he's doing okay. You heard my cross of JP. There's a lot of ways that you can tell somebody you're doing okay, don't worry about me. Not to joke that you're $1 million weapon after, what, 2.5 weeks of nearly killing 2 officers. When he asked Detective Martinez where he shot Officer Swain, Detective Martinez wasn't sure. And he said, I think in the leg. And again, with his arrogance. Oh, no way. Couldn't have been. I'm too good a shot because I'm $1 million weapon. This all comes down to his ego. He should be punished for what he did and for what he almost did. Detective Soto told you that the #1 rule of when you have a loaded live firearm, you don't point it at anything that you are not prepared to destroy. And not only did he load it and point it, he fired over and over and over and over and over and over and over without stopping until he didn't have a choice but to stop. Every single time he pulled the trigger, every single step he took leading up to pulling the trigger were choices that he consciously made, that no doctor can testify that he didn't know what he was doing, that he chose to do. Every opportunity, every one of those choices was an opportunity for him to walk it back and say, no, this is a bad idea. What am I doing? But he kept on going. He should not get credit for the fact that they are still alive, that he was unlucky in his goal. He should not get credit for the fact that he didn't choose to shoot the other officers who came to save their lives, because that's giving him the authority to play God. He gets to decide who he shoots and nearly kills and who lives.
4 minutes.
Giving him probation is giving him the authority to play God. Putting him back in the community is putting a ticking time bomb back out there and just hoping and praying that it doesn't go off again. Because that's what he is. Because anytime he is faced with anything remotely like this again, you never know what's going to happen. So then the rest of society would have to live the rest of whatever 21 million minutes that he has to live on pins and needles, walking on eggshells, worrying. Is he going to do this again? Do I have the misfortune of living next door to him when life starts to pile on? He deserves the sentence that reflects that danger, what he actually did, and what provides them justice for what they went through. We are asking for no less than 60 years because that is what ensures that he cannot do this to anyone again. And it sends the message to the community that we are not going to tolerate this type of behavior. You don't get to make these mistakes and blame hardships on it. We're not going to set that precedent. We're not going to tell our law enforcement officers that you're replaceable and expendable if somebody happens to have a hard time when they encounter you. Assess a sentence that makes what they went through that day and everything that they have been through since, like Officer Swain said in his testimony, worth it. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard argument and
What? No. Nope. Judge Boyd, get your butt back on. Nope. Come on. We want to hear the end. Come on, Judge Boyd. Come on, Judge. Why did you do that? Okay. Is it done? Okay, it's still running. We're not done yet, I think. We'll see. They're still watching, so. Boy. I just want to go. Boy. Oh, nope. It's done. They'll be back tomorrow.
Right now, though, we're focusing on Bakersfield, California. The closing arguments underway for a mom who allegedly got some filler in her buttocks while one of her...
We're not going to listen to that again. I don't think we're going to get a verdict today. And I know it's 5:16 here, it's 4:16 there, right, June? I know, right, Angela? I was like, oh. That's where we are. The other one looks like this. So which do we want to look at? Okay, well, look, I'm going to talk about the Walsh case. I took some notes from Lawyer You Know, and I'm going to go over his latest live. And I'm adding my own information in as well. So they were talking about the good and the bad things that were done in this trial. And I kind of like that concept, so I'm going with it. So pre-trial, the good things that happened was the evidence gathered from digital sources and physical items were categorized clearly. They had very good transparency. The case detail made available to the public. What went wrong? Early leaks in the investigation detailed risk prejudicing the public opinion. Some prosecutional or I can't say the word. Some procedural handling of the device raised some fairness concerns. The Proctor effect. Yeah, we know what that is. Everybody knows what the Proctor effect is if you don't ask somebody. If you don't ask your neighbor. Just saying. I'm not talking California time, June. You told me it was a different. You told me it was an hour. If it's 6 o'clock here, it's 5 o'clock there, and 4 o'clock your time. Otherwise, I'm freaking confused. Opening statements of prosecution laid out a structured narrative of evidence, which is good. The defense emphasized presumption of innocence and challenged circumstantial evidence. What went wrong? The prosecution leaned very heavily on the circumstantial evidence, which I said, without fully connecting all the dots. And that is true. And then the narrative outreached risk confusing the jurors. Witness testimony. Witnesses were coordinated. Timeline. Investigative findings. The defendant's cross-examination highlighted weaknesses in the ensuring balance. Wrong. Some of the testimony admitted without strong evidentiary foundation and inconsistent rulings on the objections. I have to pay attention to another YouTuber that just went live. Has nothing to do with us, but I got to have it up. I can't do the link. I gotta do captioning on them. So the digital searches and the physical items presented in logical order. The jury received clear explanation of technical evidence. That as far as the evidence presentation. What went wrong? Certain evidence introduced poorly, undermining the credibility, emphasizes, and circumstantial links weaken the impact. Closing arguments. Now, this is where I thought there were some interesting things. The defense reinforced the burden of proof and highlighted inconsistencies, and the prosecution summarized the timeline very efficiently. However, prosecutorial overreach in framing the narrative, risk of appeal due to fairness concerns, and the Proctor effect. That's something that was not really brought up a lot in this case, but it was established very quickly and very efficiently. So guess what? That's an appellate issue. So, yeah, there we go. All right, here we go. We're going to watch this, guys.
What did you have to do?
So I had actually met with special prosecutions, and I had met with Lori Braunschweiger, and I had met with Chris Hamburg. We had a meeting at the BCI Bowling Green office to basically kind of give me an outline of what had happened, what they have done, and where we were trying to go. Basically the game plan. We had an investigative plan, so-called a game plan moving forward, is to individuals who needed to be interviewed and spoke with, any follow-up, and then continue to move forward from there. So we sat there and talked about what we needed to do, and then that's what I did, working with Lori and special prosecutions, moving forward with the investigation.
And did you have a list that was created of people who needed at one point in time to be in?
Yes, sir.
And how many people were on that list?
Well, the initial list was, I believe, 174 people. By the time I got it, we had it down to around approximately 40 to 50 people that we still needed to try to interview with people who could potentially have information to this particular case.
And did you go out and interview people?
Yes, I did.
And who are some people that you interviewed?
So I went out and I interviewed Derek Hall. I interviewed family members of the defendant, family members of the decedent, and also friends of the decedent and the defendant.
And you interviewed the defendant's girlfriend
Yes,
and other people associated with the defendant.
yes.
As part of the plan that we discussed, was there a plan to interview Steve Gates?
Yes, there was a plan to interview Steve Gates after he had attempted to be spoken with and obviously exercised his Fifth Amendment right. He then he handed Mr. Caceres a card stating that his attorney was Bernard Davis, and who is located out of Mansfield, Ohio.
And as we've heard in this courtroom, we ended up meeting with Bernard Davis and Steve Gates in Mansfield, Ohio?
Yes, we did.
And what did Bernard Davis want on behalf of Steve Gates?
Bernard Davis was looking for immunity for Mr. Gates.
And did the state agree to ask the court to provide them with immunity?
Yes.
And was that provided?
Yes, it was.
Have you been out to the Whetstone Pond?
Yes, I have.
I show you Ricky Martin's States Exhibits 90A through I. What are Exhibits 90A through I?
These are all photographs of the pond from different angles on Section Line Road 30.
And are they true and accurate photographs of the monitors today?
Yes, sir.
Have you looked at the photographs from 2002?
Yes.
2001?
Yes.
Any difference in the lead up or carry up or the invasion of the pond?
No, all the photographs that I have seen from the initial scene from the night that the vehicle was pulled or removed from the pond, clear up until now, everything is relatively similar from the way it was back into October 22nd of 2001.
There are some differences, however, with respect to are the differences with growth of trees
Yes,
and water level.
correct.
And what was the water level like in 2001?
So in 2001, from those pictures, you could obviously tell because of the county or whoever used the dirt from the pond being dug to obviously build the overpass for the railroad. It had taken time for that pond to fill up, and it was not completely filled because the pond was outlined with gravel around the pond, and then below that gravel level was a level of just obvious dirt, indicating that the level of the water was not completely full at that point in time.
So other than the water level and the growth, everything else basically the same?
Yes, sir.
You're looking at Exhibit 90A. What are you looking at?
So we're looking at the pond. This is off of Section Line Road 30. This is the access going onto the property, the Whetstone property, going to the pond. This is actually on the northeast portion of the pond. The pond sits on the west side of the roadway. Obviously, Section Line Road goes north and south. The pond is on the west side of the roadway.
90B.
So this would be the main access point going in, to where the pond is located on the property. Obviously, you have the concrete barriers up there, and then you have a no trespassing sign, and you also have what they call a dry fire hydrant, to where, like volunteer fire departments, there's a fire in the area and they need to retrieve water. That's what that hydrant there is for.
All right, we're stepping away from this testimony from this witness who is expected to be one of the last witnesses for the prosecution in their case. Let's bring in our guest, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Josh Kolsrud is with us. Josh, so good to have you. This case is an unusual one for so many reasons. And one of the biggest ones is everything that's being talked about. All these investigators who are getting on the stand, they are recalling something that they looked into 24 plus years ago. That is a challenge in itself, but also that the crack in the case was not DNA, was not some change in terms of the physical evidence, but yet they have testimony from a best friend who came forward. Let's start with the cold case element of this. That can be really challenging for prosecutors. Can you talk about what things have to happen on the front end in a case like this?
Well, I'll tell you, cold cases are always tough. Witnesses' memories fade. You have to go over evidence again. And generally speaking, the crime scenes aren't fresh. So you're looking at the evidence as it was recorded, in this case, over 20 years ago. But on top of that, the prosecution, they felt like they needed to offer a deal, an immunity deal, to the defendant's former partner because they felt like they needed corroboration, that their case wasn't strong enough without something else to corroborate what the witnesses were hearing on the witness stand. Now, what I mean by that is that, when you have any case like this, what you want is a witness to be believed. And a jury, when they hear that somebody has immunity, they don't necessarily like that. But if it is corroborated by the evidence, it does become very powerful. And in a case like this, it could be just enough to push it over the finish line.
I think those are really good points. So we have this friend, Stephen Gates, who opted today not to be on camera or have his audio recorded. There is a law in Ohio that certain witnesses are able to opt out if they want from being on camera. We were hopeful that we get to see this witness after 24 years telling the truth this time. There was a problem with things he said to police back when it happened in 2001, where he denied knowing anything about the disappearance of Regina Hicks. And then in 2015, there was also this questioning of him, a proffer. Everything in the proffer is not the same as what he said today. I mean, these jurors, do you think they need to hear from Paul Hicks in this case, or is he going to stay silent in all of this?
In my opinion, I think that in cases like this, it's important for jurors to hear from the defendant. The defense attorney needs to obviously prep his witness, his client, but a jury wants to hear why the defendant didn't do this from his own mouth. Because if you're charged with murder, especially something that is a cold case, they want to know why you didn't do this, not just from the evidence, but from the defendant's own mouth. So, I obviously he doesn't have to take the witness stand, and they can't hold that against him. However, the prosecution, I think, does have the momentum because of the immunity. If they didn't have that, I think that he could probably gamble and not do it, but I think that he does need to do it in this case.
Okay, interesting take on that, Josh. Stand by, though. We have to get to a break so we can get in for more testimony. When we come back, we're going to hear more from that former officer on the stand in the drowned wife murder trial for Paul Hicks. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, guys. Okay, so what are we doing, y'all? Oh, the day is going on and on, my friend. This is a song that never ends. Yep. We're going on and on and on. Yes, we is. Hey, if you haven't gone over to my channel and checked out the short that I did today, go watch it and give it a thumbs up. Really encourage me on those. I'm not really fond of making them. But I got 483 views so far. Boy, I sounded like a frog. I've shouted like this. Mama sang bass. Daddy sang tenor. That's the way I feel. I really do. Do not look great. I don't. Don't look good. Don't sound good. But I did it! Yay! Okay, so June, it's only. What time is it in the courtroom? Not your time. Oh, that is California. That is your time. Shoot. So it's only 3:30, 4:35. That's 2 more hours, guys. That's 7:30 my time. What we may do is, I don't know, mods, go to private chat, please. I asked a question. Would love an answer. I really would. I really, 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 I really, really would. And that one that we were supposed to be doing at 7:30 tonight with somebody else is not going to happen because it's still downloading. I know. It's like, really. It says it's going to take 8 hours to download. We'll see. We're watching it. Yeah, but I'm live then, boo. So, we'll keep this going. I'm looking for something else. Can you do it like 10 in the morning? Because the Ian trial doesn't start until 12:30 my time. So that's a 1:30 your time. You do it at 11 your time. That's plenty of time for us to do both. I'm looking, see if I can find something for us. But this time of day and this time of year, it's hard set.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for being with us as we bring you the final witness in day 6 of testimony in the drowned wife murder trial for Paul Hicks. He's charged with 3 counts.
Chairman of the tribe, and so you worked basically, I mean, he's your boss and you worked in the same office, correct?
We worked, I worked under him. Recently, the council had made the Human Resource Department a standalone department. So prior to that, I was under.
What? This is alleged victim and tribal chairman filed X assault. No. And I'm Native. So the tribal chairman X assaulted her. I'm pissed. I'm following this trial. If this goes to trial, we're following it.
The directive of the tribal treasurer. But when they did the resolution for the standalone department, I then reported to the chairman directly.
So it's just, you know, you two in the same office pretty much every day.
Yes, it was considering my position and considering that he's in charge of these directors, other directors, I worked hand in hand with him, a lot of meetings.
We know he is under investigation by the Bureau of Indian Affairs for his conduct. It was put out very vaguely as far as what the matter was, obviously a serious matter. He's under investigation and on paid administrative leave at this moment. As far as this investigation, you are coming forward today saying that you are the victim in this case.
Yes.
You are the victim who filed the initial complaint that led to where we are at right now. Why come forward now and speak on this?
It goes back to when I lost my son. I went through a lot, but realized that I have a voice, and I've been a victim as a child, and I will not stand for it. It was wrong. I didn't agree with any of it. And to know that, to learn that I am one of many, this could have been prevented. It shouldn't have happened to me.
To clarify, you are the victim of what in this case?
I filed sexual harassment and assault against Casey Velasquez.
Tell me the day it happened. Tell me what happened.
The actual June 4th is when it happened, that Wednesday morning in his office. The physical action that he did, that was uncalled for and beyond professionalism. It was progressing, and I felt it. I noticed the signs, I noticed the conversations, the meetings, to where I would pray and ask God to find a way to get me out of there, something, an excuse, so I wouldn't be stuck there. It was the arm around my neck and whatever pressure point he was doing, that alarmed me. And that was wrong. That was nowhere, there was no professionalism, no respect, and no boundaries of my personal space.
So this went on for some time, massaging you?
The neck massage happened prior, the hugs happened prior, all within a month's span, not during the time when I started as in HR. It was just only within May that I realized that this is wrong, but what do you do when he's your supervisor, when he's the boss? And the phone calls need to be at my office. And part of it is I feel ashamed because as the HR director, I'm the one that teaches these orientations and trainings about sexual harassment. But I also thought the respect was there and the boundaries were there when clearly it wasn't. So the whole gesture around the neck was, no, that was beyond uncalled for and inappropriate. And after that day, I never went back.
So he grabbed you around your neck and touched you. If you could, I know it's hard to relive, but if you could explain how the sequence of events physically happened in that alleged assault.
That Wednesday morning, he called me to his office for a meeting when he knew that we were busy with an audit. Already then, I was hesitant of going. And it wasn't really an important meeting, but he talked with me. I gave him my updates, did my requests for my staff, and he did ask for another hug. I just didn't agree with it, but reluctantly hugged him. And that's when I was standing by the table. It was a conference table, and I was gathering my notebook and the policy book, and I was in a standing position. He tells me to wait, hold on, and stands right behind me, directly behind me, and tells me to wait. He puts his left arm around my neck, fully around my neck where I could feel his. So, no.
How have you been, since then, it's been some months now, as far as this trauma, is there any trauma? How have you been dealing with this day to day?
Well, I mean, it knocked me down for a bit, but there's nothing worse than losing your child, and prayers is, I learned a lot through like praying to keep me forward and talking, and I've actually did go seek counseling and the encouragement, but I have children, and I have a daughter who I was preparing a sunrise ceremonial dance for her. So I had to shift my attention to her and focus on her and get her going with her sunrise dance, her traditional sunrise dance. And again, the support and the prayers, I've been able to pick myself back up again.
You kind of indicated there were signs that the chairman was allegedly asking you things, asking for things, maybe being flirtatious. Just what were those sayings?
First, it started out with those casual hugs. I took it as a father figure type hug. He worked with my father, Frank Reese, with the Tribal Police Department. And my father passed away when I was really young. So any memories of him I embrace. And knowing that he had a real working relationship with my father, I thought, okay, he knows my dad. And that's how I started to become comfortable. He would share the pictures, he would share stories, and I noticed when I had a rough week, HR is challenging. He just casually said, like, "You looks like you need a hug," and yeah, it was a hard week, so I welcomed that hug as a father figure type. Later on, it seemed like the phone calls were not casual in a father figure sense. He was more like, "I noticed you hugged me tighter today. How did you like that hug? Are we okay?" Like kept asking that every time, "Are we okay?" And I kind of sensed that this was going in a different direction. I even referenced the hugs as a grandpa figure. "You're like a grandpa to me," trying to make that notation that that's how I view you as, nothing else. But it just wasn't getting through. Eventually, it was requesting for longer minute hugs. And it was through phone calls, not text messages. It was what was really uncalled for is, "Can I get a longer hug? Can I have a 10-minute hug from you?" And I'm like, and I brushed it off. I'm like, okay, well, I appreciate the hugs, but just hearing that, I'm like, this is not normal. This is not professionalism. This is not what a supervisor or a boss or even a chairman should be doing to coworkers or anybody. So I picked that up. The neck rub, I was sitting, again, as always, meetings at his office, and then either the end of April or May,
Sorry. What I was saying, I just cannot do that because I can't do it because of my past. I can't listen to it. Not today. So I'm looking for something else. What was that for, June? I'm sorry, I'm looking. June, I don't know what that second boing was for. Hold on, I need to get a hold of someone. Can you change the time? Because it's supposed.
Under cross-examination.
Agent Burke, you had the opportunity to be in the courtroom during the entire time during testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's undisputed based upon prior witnesses' testimony and the phone records that there were 2 phone messages left from Paul to Regina's home phone, yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
And there were 2 phone calls left on her cell phone from Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you heard those phone calls here in this very courtroom, right?
I did.
Right, and you agree with me, there was no nasty phone call from Paul to her?
There were phone messages and I did not hear anything.
Right, no, you didn't hear Paul say, where the fuck you at?
I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Anything based on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. I would thank you for your.
Brief moment of that cross-examination there of the special investigator by the defense. Now, keep in mind, this defense did not put on an opening statement. So we're getting closer and closer to knowing if we're going to hear their theory of the case and whether the defendant is going to take the stand. Let's go back in and see what happens next.
Mr. Saracen, the proceeding having further witnesses to present.
No, you are subject to the admissibility of the government's evidence, the state arrest.
All right. And Mr. Rich, does the defense wish to produce evidence at this time?
No, Your Honor.
And do you wish to have any further statement prior to instructing the hearing? Other than closing statement.
Your Honor, we'll take up the issues we discussed in chambers outside the presence of the jury.
All right, very good. The court then, at this time, upon the resting of the parties, would indicate that at this point, you still can't discuss the case amongst yourselves. You can't discuss it with anyone else, and you can't begin to form or express opinions about the case until we have it to you for deliberations. You're still going to hear the arguments of counsel as to closing, and you're going to hear the instructions of the court before you begin to deliberate. It would be inappropriate to begin your determination until you receive all of those things as well as the evidence that's been presented here today. So we're going to ask you to keep the same instruction that we have up to this point. Make sure that you don't discuss the case with anyone. Make sure no one discusses it with you. Avoid all avenues of media, whether it be internet, on TV, or through the written media. Make sure that you are attentive to that because it has gotten substantial publicity and will likely continue to do so. There is substantial work that both the court and the parties have to do before the presentation to you for those instructions and closing. And I do not want you to be here sitting waiting for that work to be done. Given the hour of the day, that's going to take substantial time and probably would take the majority of tomorrow before we would be ready. I've talked to the attorneys and they agree it would be appropriate to have you come back here first thing on Friday morning for those purposes. Otherwise, I feel that we would not be making good use of your time. So the intention would be to begin at 8:45 on Friday. We will have at that point the closing arguments of counsel. We will do the instructions of law, and then you'll begin your deliberations. At that time, you can begin to discuss the case amongst yourselves during your deliberations, and we'll give you the appropriate instructions for it. Given that we're going to have the case to you on either late Friday morning or beginning of Friday afternoon, I'm going to indicate that I think it would be appropriate to have you kept here for purposes of lunch. So on Friday, you would be free to bring your own lunch if you wish to bring one, or the court will provide. I will warn you, we typically provide subs, pizza, that kind of thing. So if you have an aversion to that type of food, you may want to bring something on your own. So it'd be my intention to do that. In addition, the court's general practice is if we do end a case on a Friday, and we typically allow the jury to make a determination as to how long we might stay that day. I don't know how long it will take you to make a decision. I don't want you to rush in that matter in any fashion, and we won't put any pressure on you to do so. If we need to stay after 5 o'clock on Friday, the court will make arrangements for that as well, and we'll make that clear to you. I've already indicated to counsel that they would be required to stay here as late as the jury determines would be appropriate. As far as those instructions, anything further, gentlemen, that you want to put on the record tonight?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir. All right, very good. Again, it's going to be a little bit of a break for you. Very careful with the media, okay? There's an awful lot of it out there. I know it's difficult. I know it's going to be difficult not to discuss it with your family and friends as well. But it'd be inappropriate to do so until we give you your instructions and the final arguments, okay? So we will see you at 8:45 on Friday.
And there you have it. Court is adjourned. This jury going home. The defense not putting on a case at all. This jury at this point has not heard anything from the defense outside of cross-examination. Let's bring back in criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Josh Kolsrud. Josh, I got to get your opinion on how the defense has handled this so far. The defense has presented everything. They even opted out of an opening statement, so everything rests on this closing on Friday.
You know, I was so surprised by what I just heard. It's almost unheard of that a defense attorney wouldn't provide any opening statement. Now, let me tell you why this is so important. An opening statement, it tells the jury like what you're framing the issues as. And as a defense attorney, in a case like this especially, you want to warn the jury about some of the evidence they're going to hear. For example, the immunity, how old some of the witnesses' memories are going to be, and why they shouldn't believe everything that the state is going to throw out them. Juries want to hear stories. They want to make sense of all the evidence. And if you don't give them something, they're just going to borrow what the state is giving them. And that's the lens that they're going to be looking at the evidence for. Now, there are occasions where I do see defense attorneys doing this when they actually have evidence to put on, like their client is either going to take the witness stand or they're going to present some type of witness testimony. I don't agree with doing the second opening in a case in chief because, again, I think that momentum matters, but that would be the time to do it. And if you don't put on any evidence and you don't do an opening, this is a game of chess. You just lost your queen, and it creates an ineffective assistance of counsel on appeal. This is huge, and this could be the case for the defendant because in closing arguments, right now, all the defense has is playing with logic and looking backwards, but juries don't make decisions based on logic. They want a story that fits right, that makes them feel good, and the prosecution has already given them the lens in which to do this. So this is huge.
Yeah, it almost feels like a white flag for the defense. Like they are just going to leave the state's case as it is in front of this jury. But of course, we are going to be hanging on every word of these closing arguments because that's the only time we're going to hear from this defense. I want to ask you one thing about the star witness, because really that's what matters. Do you believe Steve Gates or do you not? And when the defense cross-examined him, I know we couldn't record it, but just to give an idea to this, to our viewers about what was said, this was from the cross-examination. They asked him, here's something from the direct, and then I'll talk about the cross. I remember looking in the car and I saw Regina crumpled up in the passenger side floor. Where was the defendant? Outside. Josh, in cross, they didn't come back and say there was any motivation he could have to lie. What do you think about that?
Well, when you cross-examine the state's main witness, you have to have main points that you want to get across to hurt their credibility. And when you hear what you just said, you don't hear that they hit that point. And it sounds, and we know that this witness is material to the case. That is, that the prosecution felt that this witness was so important that they gave him immunity. And so, as a defense attorney, everything is based upon what your cross is going to show in this situation right now. And they must affect the credibility as much as possible.
Yeah, Josh Goldsworth, thank you so much for all of your analysis of this case. We do have to hit a break because we've reached the top of the hour, but stay with us. We've got to get to this break, but when we come back, the conversation continues on our newest show here on Court TV. Join me next hour and our power panel. We're going to examine all sides of the most talked about cases and trials here on Court TV. It's Court of Opinion coming your way after this.
Hey, we got a new name for my mod team. They're the Modlanders. The Modlanders. They said the Highlander mods, but I kind of want to put them together. What do y'all think, Modlanders? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Think. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Think. Oh, why am I getting extra sound? Is that from, where's it coming from? I'm getting extra sound. What's playing on my phone? Something playing on my phone? That's weird. Y'all, life has too much drama. Let's not create anymore. That's my saying for today. Oh, Angela said the Highlander team is the channel as a whole. Okay, so all of y'all. So there goes my gavel gang, huh? I just made a bunch of merch that says gavel gang, but we can be the Highlander team. And then the mod team can be the Modlanders. Okay, that's cute. Modlanders. I love the Highlander cow. As my mods know. They got me this. It has Heidi the Highlander. Heidi and Hamish are in the other room. I don't have room for them behind me, but Heidi and oh, that's interesting. They may be done for the day, y'all. Because Law and Crime I think their feed just cut. But anyway, we're the Highlanders. I love Highlanders. Yep. June, yeah, it's almost 4 here. We are the Ada Highlander, the Highlander Gavel Gang. Yep. Court is done. See, that's what pisses me off. That's what pisses me off. They just chop it. It's like, chop, we're done. No one comes back and say, hey, guys, we're going into recess until tomorrow. Some courts, I really appreciate that. What is it with these last 2 courts? We're gone. They don't bring them back. They don't give them the admonitions. They don't do anything. They just cut them off. Sounds like a spacecraft. Modlanders. Highland Modlanders? High Mod? Oh, we don't do High Modlanders. Y'all be high. Woo! I like Whitney Houston at the Academy Awards or Grammys. Okay, anyway, we're going to go ahead and call it a night. We will be back tomorrow morning for the verdict, of the sentencing of Walsh, the verdict watch, and all kinds of stuff tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day, and I still have to meet somebody over at my sister's house so they can pick up the furniture they purchased. So it's going to be a busy day. And I was supposed to go over to her house tonight, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But anyway, y'all be blessed. Have a fabulous evening, and we will see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early, for the Walsh sentencing. All right, guys, mods, you know where to meet me. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thanks for joining. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.